Paul, I'm just going to mute you, okay? We can hear you. Okay, Your Worship, we're live. Sorry, Your Worship, you're muted. Do you want to try again?
Thank you. Thank you, Brent. At this point, I'd like to welcome everybody to a late afternoon special council meeting of Cobourg Council held on Monday, June 1st, 4 p.m. using electronic participation through Zoom application regarding the Victoria Beach, Cobourg. I'd also like to inform you this is being live streamed and audio video recorded and shall form part of the record, which will be retained according to the Town of Cobourg retention bylaw. If you require more information, we ask that you contact the Municipal Clerk's office for more information. That being said, I'd like to, are there any disclosure pecuniary? Actually, any concerns about the agenda from members of council? Seeing none, do I need a seconder, Mr. Larmer? No? Okay, so moved. Disclosure pecuniary interest from members of council? Not seeing any. Mr. Larmer, do you see any?
No, Your Worship.
Okay, therefore we can move directly to presentations. Mr. Larmer, over to you.
Yes, Your Worship. So next, first up on the agenda item, we have presentations, and we have Dr. Lynn Noseworthy, as well as two other individuals. I think Bernie's going to, and Dr. Noseworthy is going to introduce Mr. Bernie. Dr. Noseworthy, Local Medical Officer of Health, Halliburton 4th of Pine Ridge District Health Unit, providing comment on and health unit perspective on the town of Cobourg, Victoria Beach. Okay, Your Worship.
We're okay?
Yep.
Okay, Dr. Noseworthy, I like to, I don't see her, but I'd like to welcome you to this special council meeting session. I know how busy you are and your staff, so I'd very much like to thank you for the time you've taken out of your busy schedule to present an overview again from the health unit. So welcome, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Henderson and council members. With me today is Bernie Mayer. He's one of our managers in our environmental health area within our health protection division. And I believe on the line is also one of our staff, Melissa Johnston, who is our emergency management coordinator. And you're very well aware of Melissa because she participates in your CEMCs and EOCs at times. So I will provide some COVID-19 epidemiological information, and Bernie will provide most of this presentation, covering the relevant regulation, considerations for opening the beach, public health measures, risk of COVID-19 transmission in water, recommendations from the Life Saving Society and Blue Flag, and health unit supports. So first I'm going to give some epidemiological information, and we did send a presentation to you earlier. I don't know if you're able to see it at all. Yes? Okay. So the epidemiological information is not in this particular presentation. So just for council's information, our health unit covers a geographic area of 9,000 square kilometers, and it includes Northumberland and Halliburton counties and the city of Kawartha Lakes. We've got a population of about 185,000 people. As of 4:30 p.m. yesterday afternoon, we have had 176 COVID-19 cases reported to the health unit. 17 were from Northumberland County, 8 from Halliburton County, and the remainder, 151, were from the city of Kawartha Lakes. There have been 11 hospitalized cases to date and 32 deaths. 19 were in confirmed cases and 13 were in probable cases. All of the deaths were in the city of Kawartha Lakes. 28 of the 32 deaths occurred in residents from one long-term care facility. Provincially, there have been 28,263 cases reported And this is as of this morning, and the data are based on yesterday's data. 404 more than were reported yesterday morning. There have been 2,276 deaths, and over 66% of the provincial cases reported to date are from the Greater Toronto area. So that's just a little bit of an epidemiological background for the council's information. Bernie is going to now walk through the presentation with you. So I'll just step away from the seat and Bernie will take over.
Oh. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Councillors. Brent, if you can go to the next slide for me, please. So first thing, we looked into the regulations to see whether beaches were permitted to open or not. So under Ontario Regulation 104-20, which falls under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, it lists requirements for recreational amenities, primarily public parks. And in that regulation, it states that the parks can open. There were certain limitations, and there was a list of types of facilities within the park that could not open at this time. However, fortunately, the beaches were not listed in, and therefore, from what we can see, would be permitted to open at this time. Of note, I am aware that there is a splash pad at your park, some playground structures, and in the past you had inflatable water parks as well. Those would not be permitted to open. As well as, I believe there's a cantina in your park. It would be permitted to open, but the food would have to be takeout only. Next slide, please. So when considering to open, a number of things that should be considered, and it's typically going to be a balance, of public health and safety, access and for recreation, physical and mental well-being, determinants of health. So particularly in the summer when there's a heat advisory there for those that may not have air conditioning, they may, and if the splash pads are still closed, the public may want to take their families down to the beach so they can cool off and take a dip in the water. Other things you have to consider are resourcing. Primarily likely the biggest issue going to be staffing to manage the park and the beaches. There's going to be crowd control. There are going to be some issues about enhanced cleaning and whatnot. And then the last thing that's considered is tourism and the economic impact it has on your local community. Next slide. So there's a number of different types of public health strategies that can be looked upon. The one we source is from the Canadian Pandemic Influenza Preparedness Guide, came out from Health Canada. So things that you would want to consider are individual measures. These include hand hygiene, cough etiquette, self-isolation, and wearing a mask. This would pertain more to the users of your beach area. Community-based measures, so these would be more that would fall more under the municipality's realm, would be enhanced environmental cleaning in the comfort station if it's open, if there's portable washrooms that are provided. Washroom facilities are going to be very important when you open the beach. Some of the issues that City of Toronto had at some of their beaches were people doing their business behind trees or on private properties because the washrooms are not open. And the hence cleaning. So the hence cleaning would be that of the washroom facilities, change rooms, high touch areas. So if you have rails along the boardwalks and whatnots, they would have to be cleaned and disinfected more frequently than probably had been done in the past. And things you have to consider is social distancing, particularly on land and in water. We did considerable amount of research on it there, and typically sometimes people forget social distancing when they're in the water. Other things to consider are border and travel measures. Now, typically you may not be getting people coming internationally, but you may be getting people coming from driving afar from the outer cities, coming to your beach to enjoy your beach. So that may put obviously bigger stresses on you, trying to control the amount of people there, and again, trying to control social distancing. Case and contact management measures that necessarily won't pertain to you. That's something that we do here at the Health Unit. and public education there. So I did take the liberty to drive by the beach in the park last Friday, and I've seen that you have some signs up. So, trying to educate the public on things that, to encourage them to put the social distancing and whatnot is definitely will help achieve our goals. And I did not look on your website, but I know we have quite a bit of information on our website as well as Cobourg, and I would imagine that you do too. Next slide, Brent. So I had done quite a research to see what was available regarding the transmission water. So this I took out of the International Water Association. It just came out end of April. And I reached out to Public Health in Ontario. So they had provided this document to me. So the latest we have for information on transmission in water, it's very low, extremely low, for various number of reasons. I won't necessarily get into all of them here. If we can get the next page, Brett. COVID is normally spread through the transmission of droplet and contact and close range aerosol. So that's one of the importance of the social distancing. And physical distancing is to be maintained. There again, the risk of transmission in the water itself is low. So therefore, it's a matter then of trying to control the users of the beach coming there and social distancing. All the research out there is because there's very little there. They all mention there that more research in this aspect is needed. Next slide, please. So I just got the document from Life Saving Society. So they've made some recommendations on how to safely open up the beaches there. So they indicate a couple of strategies here. So limit the use. So you want to not promote activities where we encourage social gathering, such as having volleyball games and other such activities. Limit the access points. So when I was down on the beach on Friday, I seen that you have some fences up and gateways in. So you have some ways and method to control a little bit of how many people access the beach and the park. Open on a non-busy day. So what they're suggesting, rather than an opening, say on a Saturday when you may have more people available to come down to the beach, they suggest that you may want to open someday midweek, so that as people come and crowd the beach, you will see what has worked well and what may not as well, and you have an opportunity to make some adjustments before the weekend where you're likely to get more bathers to come. I think there again, when we've seen what happened in the city of Toronto, the one particular park that made the news, I think they opened that on a weekend there, and they had a huge amount of people come on the Saturday, and then they had to make strategies the following week there to try to control the crowd there more. Maintain physical enforcement presence. What I've been told from colleagues of mine that work in the city of Toronto, the Saturday they had very little police presence there. The next day they had police there. And I think some of them are on horses. So with the presence of the police there, that helped them control the crowd much better. When the beach is open, one of what I get told by some of the locals here is that a lot of people are quite attracted to your beach. There's no fee for you to enter. If they went to some of the parks, they're charging a $20 or $18 or $20 fee to enter the park to be able to access the beach. So yours is much more cost effective for them to approach your beach. So you may get more people, definitely going to attract more people to your beach. And so whatever strategy you come up on to try to control the crowds, you have to maybe consider what if you're having far too many people coming all at once there. What are you going to be able to do with the overflow of the crowd? Make the rules easy to understand for the public. So they're again posting the signs, making it easy for them to understand, post things on the website. The more communication you can do earlier and the more often you can do that there, and hopefully that will not cause as many issues when the beach is open. And of course, be empathetic to the public there when staff are approaching them regarding different issues there. as we all know, everybody's stress levels are heightened, and everybody wants to try to get out and get some exercise, get some fresh air, get some sunlight, try to enjoy the beach, so be empathetic with the public. Next slide, Brent. So this is a YouTube clip. It's the beginnings. It's of a beach in Spain. One of the issues I know some of the municipalities have been dealing with there, how do we control social distancing at the beach or in the park? So some municipalities, they've been painting circles in the grass so that families or groups stay within their circles. But the question always came up, what do they do with the beaches? This is it's a 2-minute clip. Brent, you can click on it. Don't suggest we have to see the entire 2 minutes here. I think once you see the beginning of what they had done in Spain to overcome that issues there, then we don't need to see the whole 2 minutes. I think that'd be good, Brent. I think that gives us a general idea of the concept that they came up with. So they had these pods, I'll call them, with there's 2 meters in between the pods, so families could gather, they would go to their pods, and then to help them social distance here as well. Some other municipalities as well, they have been only allowing local residents to their beaches, and there again depends on the setup there. I know of one particular beach up in the Barrie area there, they had control of the access points at the parking lot. They only allowed local residents in. A number of people were traveling from afar to go to that particular beach and were turned away. There weren't some pleasant comments regarding that after the fact, but that was one of the strategies they took to limit the crowd, people coming to the beach. I also know that you have a blue flag designation, and I've sat on the blue flag jury for many years, so I got to see your application and was on the panel there when your designation was approved. So I did reach out to them and had asked them what's going to happen this year in light of COVID. So they did provide me some information. It is now being managed by Swim, Drink, and Fish. It's no longer the Environmental Defense. So what they have mentioned there, it's then to put your flag up is they extended that to July 1st now. So typically they would want it earlier to be on the onset of the beach opening. However, you cannot fly your flag until the beach sampling has begun. So I just want to share with you that we are in the midst right now of getting our beach sampling program up and running and able to support and the municipalities that when they want to open their beach and also help you maintain your blue flag designation. I believe in your plans, you have to submit a plan on what you're going to do for your environmental education activities. So what they're saying there, if you plan passive activities, or if they're active, you should consider doing passive now instead. So that would be, the things that you can do online or through Zoom or different mechanics that way. So there again, the requirement is you have to collect a minimum of 5 sets of samples within the bathing beach season. So in order for us to collect 5 sets for you, we would have to start sampling no later than July 27th. And because our beach sampling program ends in the last week of August. So in order for you to get those samples in time so that you can apply for the blue flag designation in the next coming year. There again, if you do not collect the samples and do not open your beach at all, then you will not be able to reapply for your designation next year. But we certainly will be there and available for you to support you there in any way we can. Next slide, Brent. So what can we do in order to help you support the municipality if you wish to open your beach? We definitely support you on whatever decision you make. If you would want to draft up some plans and would wish us to take a look at your proposals, we'd be certainly glad to do that for you as well and provide any feedback or advice. I'm personally on a group right now with a number of health units there developing a guidance document and FAQA regarding beaches and public washrooms. So I'm hoping that will be finalized at the end of this week. So once we get that, we'll be glad to share that with you as well. As I mentioned, we're in the midst, we've hired our students and we are getting all ready and set to begin our beach sampling and monitoring as of June 15th for those municipalities that wish to open. And that will be contingent on whether the public health laboratories are ready. I spoke to the lab in Peterborough, which is a lab that we work with. So they're ready to go. So, which is great news for us there. They're just waiting for word from the Ministry of Health if they're going to proceed or not, which I believe they likely will be ready to proceed. So June 15th is our targeted start date to begin for those who open their beaches, and that will depend on the water temperature. We don't ask our staff to go in the water if the water temperature is below 15 degrees Celsius. And we also been advised that Public Health Ontario is also working on a guidance document for beach use. And I think that's it.
Okay. Mr. Larmer, is there a third presenter as well, I believe, by phone?
No, Your Worship, she's just there. Melissa is backup if needs support.
Okay, thank you both for a wonderful presentation. Are there any questions of clarification to either presenter?
Councillor Bureau, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Burrell, I can't see you, so please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. As it stands now, before the new washroom rules come out, would the washroom and everything that you've described in there, such as the hand railings, everything, be cleaned immediately after use?
We'll just switching back and forth.
So all the different documents I've seen up to date are implying that they should be done a minimum twice a day or more often. So I guess staff would have to kind of gauge what the usage there. And so if it's being used, quite heavily, then it may have to be done once an hour. But the minimum right now, all the documents suggesting at least twice a day. So that will include washrooms, the comfort station, any portable toilets as well.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for other members of council? Mr. Larmer, can you assist me? I can only see 2 members at this point.
Yes, Your Worship, I don't see any other questions of council, and you just might want to put the gallery view on. That way you can see all of council at the same time.
Okay, help me. I go in the top corner, do I?
Yep. You'll see speaker view, and then you can put.
There I am. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Are there any others? I apologize not having the gallery view on earlier. Seeing none, again, I'd like to thank Bernie and Dr. Noseworthy for your presentation and for the submission of your information. I'm sure it will be seen as most helpful. So thank you on behalf of council, and continue your excellent work that you're doing on behalf of all Northumberland and Peterborough South, Halliburton, and Kawartha Lakes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Larmer, back to you.
Yes, Your Worship. I'm just inviting Mr. Pagnuelo in. Mr. Pagnuelo is our next delegation. Just bear with me for just 1 second. So next, Your Worship, we have a delegation.
Cool.
First delegation from Paul Pagnuelo, Cobourg resident, regarding the impact and analysis of the closure of Victoria Beach.
Hey, Paul, thank you and welcome to our special council session.
Can you hear us, Paul? One second, Your Worship. Paul, can you hear us okay? Mr. Pagnuelo, can you hear us okay? So, Your Worship, I've just forwarded Mr. Pagnuelo my phone number. Can you hear us okay, Paul?
Excuse me, Brent, can you mute me, please?
So, Your Worship, maybe we can switch if to Mr. Dennis Nabieszko, and I will call Paul Pagnuelo and get him on the phone, and he can give it via audio.
Hey, thank you very much. And our next presenter, Dennis, I know you've been to our council many times. So again, it's over to you.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor Henderson, Deputy Mayor Sagan, councillors, and good afternoon to the rest of the gallery. I'm here to clarify and answer any questions you may have about the petition presented to you to keep the beach closed. Now, I'm not just speaking for the Cobourg Taxpayers Association. I'm speaking for the residents who have signed the petition urging you to keep the beach closed. There appears to be a misunderstanding about the real concern being expressed by residents. It is not just about keeping the beach closed, it is about keeping everyone safe. That is what this petition really is about, and I hope to clarify. Everyone might better understand the petition if it had read, petition to keep residents, healthcare workers, first responders, and retail workers safe by preventing the influx of potentially infected visitors from a region where cases remain high and exposing all of us to a threatening illness that may also overwhelm our healthcare system. The concern is not that we want to prevent people going to our beach, especially residents. The concern is that the means to do that safely without putting everyone at significant risk. The town does not have a process or procedure to do that. You know, what would happen if an influx of outside visitors overwhelmed the beach like the incident at Trinity Bellwood Park in Toronto? Our police and bylaw officers would not be able to handle the situation without putting themselves at risk. Until the town has developed a complete plan to address those issues and to safely manage these situations, the beach should remain closed. You have a difficult job, and we respect that. We have chosen you as our leaders to represent us and keep us safe. We need you to make the decisions to keep residents safe and keep safe all those around us who provide essential services. We know this is not an easy decision, but Cobourg has already canceled all summer events, shows, and sporting events. With other Ontario beaches closed, including provincial park beaches, an open beach in Cobourg will attract large crowds and negate the actions already taken with regards to large gatherings. With so many places closed, people will look for places to go. An open beach will attract thousands of out-of-town visitors and create significant risk for everyone. Residents are going to continue to make sacrifices to maintain the social distances, wear masks when appropriate, and stay home. We will do everything possible to protect others, including our council members. We ask that you protect us. The petition initially provided to the town had 1,482 signatures. Over the weekend, additional signatures increased that number to 1,662. Of those 1,662, 1,370, or 82% of the signatories are Cobourg residents, and 1,611, or 97% of the signatories, live in Northumberland. Now, all of you ran on a platform of encouraging more public engagement and listening to residents. The residents are now overwhelmingly telling you what they want. They want to be kept safe. Never have so many residents spoken up in such a short period of time to tell you what they want. And you have to listen. You need to listen. All they want is for you to keep them safe. That is all this is about. That is what you need to consider above all else. As you make your final decision, keeping everyone safe should be your priority, your only priority. People are counting on you to make the right decision that protects them from avoidable community spread of this lethal virus. All of us will have to live with the decision you make. Let's hope that we do not live with the regret of a wrong decision. Thank you for listening to the residents of Cobourg and keeping us safe.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Dennis, for your presentation. Are there questions of clarification from members of council?
My hand is up, Your Worship. Councillor
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beattie?
My apologies, I would never interject on you. I just didn't know.
Oh, that's right. I didn't see you on the side. I'm glad you did.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Dennis, for being here for an opportunity to clarify. I obviously welcome petitions of any nature as a councillor. I do have to admit there was one statement in the petition that I would like you to clarify. Each and every infection, each and every death inflicted upon Cobourg residents by the plague will be laid squarely at the feet of the town leaders. Can you please clarify the sentiment in that? And
Yes.
how do you, representing the CTA and those signatures on the petition, how do you expect your leaders to control those that come in and out of the community that are not associated with the beach? I obviously take the responsibility of the safety of our residents, but I am a little unnerved about how direct and how blatant that one statement in this petition is.
I'll apologize for that statement. It's an inappropriate comment. I think taken in the heat of the moment, talking to the people, the neighbors, and everybody around me, who I can see the fear on their face and them becoming emotional in terms of how they're speaking. So I'll apologize for that statement. In terms of keeping other people from coming here, the beach, closing the beach is the only option, unless you're able to properly put a plan in place and procedure in place to control it. Until you do that, and that takes time and that takes logistics, that's going to take a lot of effort. So until that happens, people don't want to be exposed to significant risk.
Thank you. I appreciate your response.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beattie. Are there others from members of council for clarification purposes?
Councillor Darling, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Darling.
Thank you, Worship. Just through Mr. Larmer, if in Mr. Nabieszko's presentation, he said about other beaches being closed and whatnot, and provincial parks. My understanding that the beaches in provincial parks are not closed. Mr. Larmer, could you confirm that?
Mr. Larmer?
As far as I know, all provincially owned beaches are closed by the province. Whether the health unit can provide clarification on that, but as far as I know, maybe the chief knows that, but all municipal beaches, sorry, all provincial beaches, my apologies, provincial beaches are closed.
Thank you for that clarification.
And if I could, Councillor Darlene, I know as well Northumberland County has in a weekly performance, and GRC is starting to open up their trail system. But similarly, the message has also been received, to my knowledge, that washrooms and facilities remain closed as well. So yes, the province is opening up again in phases, but not the facilities, and of course, nothing to do with washrooms, public washrooms as well. Are there other questions from members of council? Seeing none, through Mr. Larmer. Dennis, thank you for your presentation. Mr. Larmer, back to you.
Yes, Your Worship. I'm just going to try Mr. Pagnuelo. Give me one more.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Pagnuelo, can you hear us okay? Bear with me, Your Worship. Oh, is that you, Paul Pagnuelo?
Oh, hi, I'm here.
Awesome. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, Your Worship. Mr. Pagnuelo was on the phone.
Okay, Paul, I know you've been to our council many times, so welcome. We look forward to your delegation and remind you of the 10-minute time limit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the technical problem. I welcome the opportunity this afternoon to address council. As an ardent council follower, I've watched all of you and previous councils debate a large variety of issues: annual budgets, council remuneration, KIP, the public works building, park theater purchase, the tannery lands, affordable housing, the AGM, public transit, and so much more. The list is endless and all affect the town's finances. But never has council considered or debated an issue as important as the one before you at this moment. Under the Municipal Act, your first duty as a member of council is to represent the public and to consider the well-being and interests of the municipality. On March 17th, the Ontario government declared an emergency because of COVID-19 and ordered the immediate closure of a number of venues. More than 2 months later, people, quite frankly, and I will be the first to admit it, are shack-whacking. We are all social animals, and the urge to mingle is normal. I, for one, would like a haircut. In the lead up to this afternoon's deliberations, there have been two very divergent views as to what council should do. You know, because you've been getting the phone calls, the emails, and the letters. There are several streams that dominate the debate. One argues strictly in favor of physical safety and mitigating community spread of COVID. The second argues about the need for mental health and the importance of green spaces. The third argues for both safety and mental health, while a fourth argues that summer beach traffic is a significant contributor to the local economy and should not be sacrificed. As a member of council, what in your view should be and take the priority? You will be aware from the letter I wrote council that coincidental with the outbreak of COVID-19, I recently was an outpatient at Northumberland Hills Hospital. I was admitted on 2 separate occasions for a total 2-week period with acute breathing problems. Leading up to the first admission, every night I would fear going to sleep at night. My anxiety level was high, sky high, because I knew the moment my head hit the pillow, I would start gasping for air. It was suggested I take an anxiety pill early in the evening to calm me, so I would not panic at bedtime. But it was not the timing of an anxiety pill that was causing my breathing problems. The fact that I was gasping for air, that an 800-pound gorilla was sitting on my chest, and that being on the verge of passing out is what was causing my anxiety. Unless you have suffered personally from a breathing disorder or witnessed a family or member of a friend in crisis, I doubt most people would have any idea of what it is like not to be able to breathe and to gasp for air. One word: terrifying. There are no other words I can think of when you think your best before date is finally up and you may be checking it permanently. COVID is a lethal and debilitating virus. There is so much we do not yet know about this bug. However, one thing is certain. Nobody should be naive enough to think that they are infallible and will never acquire it. Recovery, if you do get the virus and survive, can stretch well beyond a month and feature a range of symptoms. There are reports that people could be faced with months of their lives trying to recover. When I was first admitted by ambulance, I was by necessity placed in isolation until the results of the COVID test were known. I witnessed the protocol that all medical staff were subject to just to enter my room and the time it took to dress with PPE. We are fortunate as a community not only to have Northumberland Hills Hospital, but to have a caring, compassionate, and knowledgeable healthcare team of practitioners and support functions that I previously was unaware existed. I saw the risk that all the hospital staff endured daily, right down to the cleaners. All these frontline workers deserve anything that we can do to make their work safer and less grueling. I also think about the job losses that have occurred, not just factory, retail, or restaurant jobs, many of which may not survive in the long run. Unbeknownst to many, there are doctors, dentists, chiropractors whose businesses have been severely interrupted. They all have large overheads and with little or no income are paying a painful price to survive personally. It would be an absolute travesty to lose even one of them because of bankruptcy. I think of the brave frontline workers in our local grocery stores and pharmacies who have risked their own lives to feed and provide for our well-being. I think of those in our community who have lost loved ones or to COVID or have relatives who are recovering. I ask that you think of them. There is no economic argument that can be made that exceeds public health and safety. How do you quantify the benefits to the economy? What formula makes sense and is reasonably verifiable? The empirical evidence is that the principal beneficiaries of beach tourists are the LCBO, the beer store, no frills, a couple of gas stations, and maybe 3 restaurants. Other than wages and property taxes, the town economy earns little from the first 2, and neither are going to close anytime soon. No frills and the gas stations survive 9 months a year without tourists. That leaves at best maybe 3 restaurants. Every community globally is struggling with how to cope with mental health issues. The fact that most have no beaches or waterfront suggests that perhaps we're focused on the wrong solution. If the beach is open to the general public, there must be access to washrooms and garbage collection. To be effective, the toilet would have to be disinfected after each time that it is used. Put yourself in the position of the cleaner, either town staff or a contract worker. Would you be willing to sanitize the toilet seat or to breathe the air in a cramped porta potty? I wouldn't. If people get infected from the use of unsanitary toilets, the town is at risk. And what about lifeguards? Are they prepared to abandon social distancing and perhaps rescue someone who's infected? Here in Ontario, tourist communities like Innisfil have put the safety of their residents first. Their beaches are fenced off and closed, while the park and boat launch are open to residents to palm-proof of residents. All municipalities are mandated to follow provincial emergency legislation and regulations. However, municipalities are not mandated to relax their own restrictions when the province rescinds an order. Clearly, the province feels with local councils and residents to determine what is best for and appropriate for their own communities. If it is possible to give our residents and our local residents only limited access to the beach by isolating ourselves from outside infection, and if we can find a smart way to do it, then by all means, let's consider it. If staff raise concerns about the logistical complexity, remind them that is what good managers are paid to fix. Lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. But let us not waste precious time and turn ourselves into a pretzel looking for a way out. The most recent numbers the total number of COVID cases alone at 28,263, with 2,276 deaths and 404 new cases. The first order of business must be to fence and close the beach for this summer. Reevaluate the situation again in September. And if staff should come up with a solution to somehow accommodate residents, consider it at a future special meeting of council. Thank you for the opportunity this afternoon to address you on what I consider this most important issue. May the health and safety of our community and those who have given so much to protect us guide you in your decision today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul, for a well-presented delegation. Are there questions of clarification from members of council? Mr. Larmer, can you assist me?
Yep, there's nothing, it looks like.
Okay, thank you, Paul. I'd like to go back to Mr. Thank you. I'd like to go back to Mr. Larmer.
Yes, Your Worship. Next on the agenda, we have delegation number 3, and we have Tamara Ugolini, Cobourg resident, regarding Victoria Park Beach in Cobourg. Tamara, I have unmuted you.
All right. Hello, Mayor Henderson, members of the gallery, councillors, and of course, members of the public. It was surprising to me to learn that there was a Cobourg Taxpayers Association. Aren't all Cobourg taxpayers parts of this association by default? Or is this yet another example of a small bureaucratic elite group exercising their privilege? The petition itself, much like the contagion model that initially predicted mass casualty, seems to be based on many assumptions and hypotheticals, feelings, and thoughts. There is much talk of an immediate risk of community transmission of COVID-19 in Cobourg, and even more panicky, that having the beach open is a crisis in the making. For the purpose of my speech, I intend to veer away from the alarmist narrative and stick to logic and reasoning. If one looks at the facts, it's pretty clear that there is no immediate risk of community transmission of COVID-19 in Cobourg, especially outdoors. Northumberland County has a population of 85,598, and there have been 16, and I stand corrected, apparently 17 COVID cases to date, with 1 hospitalization and 0 deaths. That equates to 0.02% of our immediate population having been infected with COVID-19, and an absolute 0% mortality rate. This in spite of our considerable elderly population. I want to congratulate our community. Cobourg has really stood up and showed that we care about our neighbors. The data proves that. Citizens have done their part, they stayed home, they practiced the measures recommended by public health, and the result was that we saw no curve needing to be flattened. Since Canada acted with little data from the onset of this pandemic, it stands to reason that we can now access the real-time data and research that is and continues to become available. As a precursor, I want to take a moment to define where the term social or physical distancing comes from. As we know, the World Health Organization has largely delegated the way that Canada responds to this global pandemic. The WHO gathers their social distancing data on what they refer to as close contact. Close contact is defined by the WHO as, quote, a person who experienced face-to-face contact with a probable or confirmed case within 1 meter and for more than 15 minutes, end quote. This is specific to closed indoor spaces. There is no data or evidence-based information to support that there is an inherent transmission risk while being outdoors, regardless of being 1 or 2 meters apart. In terms of personal space, isn't it rare for individuals to stand closer than 1 meter to anyone in public, including perhaps their close friend circle? To further support the evidence-based decision-making I hope Town Council takes, I will reference Dr. Gerald Evans. He is one of Kingston's top epidemiologists, and he is the medical director of infection control at Kingston Health Sciences Center. I quote a recent interview, end quote. There's a general view that the virus is everywhere and that anyone could be transmitting it. It causes a significant amount of stress and anxiety in people. We know now that to get infected with this virus, you have to be in close contact with another person, and that contact has to be for a significant amount of time. It's not 10 or 15 minutes, it's hours. It needs to be in a closed environment, and there has to be a significant amount of contamination. Even the virus on surfaces like door handles and items at the grocery store only counts for causing roughly 10% of cases, end quote. Coupled with the data from over 100 New York hospitals, which is, as we know, a particular hotspot, and roughly 1,000 patients, the results showed that 66% of COVID cases were in people staying at home, and that another 18% of cases came from nursing homes. This gives us a combined total of 84% of COVID cases that came from individuals literally sheltering in place. It's pretty clear that being surrounded by others while simultaneously being cooped up indoors is a key precursor to viral spread and infection. There is no evidence from the global community of COVID transmission in outdoor open air spaces. Further restricting access to these fresh air spaces would be unjustified and not founded in evidence-based decision-making. Further, I would like to acknowledge that we are under the Provincially Enacted Emergency Measures and Civil Protection Act, the EMCPA. This is different than the Emergency Act, and so I'd like to remind Council and civilians alike that the EMCPA does not supersede the Constitution, namely our Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms. It is also constrained by parliamentary oversight restrictions and the reviewing oversight of the courts. I'd like to point out that to date and currently, all three of these constraints have not been upheld in regular operations. This is the case locally with the Cobourg Emergency Control Group, who now has the power to make decisions without consulting council. There is currently little, if any, democratic process being upheld from all levels of government. And while this is very concerning, I do want to thank council for doing their best to uphold the infringed upon democratic process for the purpose of this particular petition. Specifically, I'd like to reference the EMCPA section 7.0.23, the emergency powers and orders, with subsection limitations on emergency order, where it states the emergency order may be implemented in a manner which limits its intrusiveness and only apply to the areas of the province where it is necessary and only be effective for as long as it is necessary. To date, our municipality has no evidence that further restrictions of our rights and freedoms is demonstrably justifiable. I will repeat that there is no evidence to support that community transmission poses an immediate threat to the residents of Cobourg, where we have had minuscule cases and little restricted access. In fact, if we look to the evidence, we see that people staying cooped up indoors are most at risk. And so instead of pushing the fear-mongering narrative that we should stay home and stay safe, the data is showing that the exact opposite is true. Already, Town Council has canceled all festivals, community activities, events, and programs until, I believe, September 2020. This means that we are unlikely to receive a flood of tourism because there are no events encouraging it. Assuming the xenophobic position that we will see an influx of tourists this year is unsupported when there is nothing in place to draw tourism. Council, I urge you to reject this unfounded on-fact petition and keep the Cobourg Beach open. Further infringements on the liberties of individuals and restricting access to public space is at this point not justified.
Okay, thank you, Tamara. Are you finished at this point? I don't have you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't cutting you off. Are there any questions of clarification from members of council? Mr. Okay, thank you. Back to you then. And Tamara, thank you for your.
Councillor Chorley has a question.
Oh, I apologize. Councillor Chorley?
Thank you, Mayor Henderson. Thank you, Tamara, for taking the time to present to us today. I really do appreciate that you've shared your perspective on this, and you shared some interesting research with us. But in your presentation, you did put an emphasis on the likelihood of outdoor transmission. I just wanted to get your perspective on our beach washrooms. If we were to have our beaches open, how would you consider the risk of transmission in that more closed environment of the beach washrooms?
Right. Well, I would probably have to direct back to, of course, the health unit, and specifically where they stated at the beginning of the town council meeting that more data and more studying is necessary. As we know, as they stated at the very beginning, I think it was that there was no risk of contamination from contaminated water, is what they referred to specifically. And so, of course, the data needs to be there to know whether or not there is, for instance, this fecal oral mode of transmission, and how the cleaning of these spaces, or as the last deputant spoke on, for instance, going into a porta potty was not something he would do. And again, absolutely, if you would like to not access those spaces, then that is up to the individual to use their discernment to say, I don't want to take any risk, so I am choosing not to go to these places.
Dr. Noseworthy, or I apologize, Bernie, do you have any comment to add? You may not, if it's only if you wish to do so.
Yeah, there is certainly, so in my presentation, the risk of transmission in the water and from the water is extremely low, and very little evidence to suggest so, but there's, like I said, more research necessary there. The bigger issue is regarding social distancing, particularly people at the park, and then again, people having access to the washroom, and therefore, then hence cleaning has to be taking place within the washroom itself. So yeah, I think Tamara is somewhat correct in there, or with the concerns at the washrooms. But that was one of the things that came up in the city of Toronto when they opened some of the parks. People not having access to washroom there, and then I think a number of people were charged for doing their business out in the public. So and hence cleaning in the washrooms would be necessary. Other measures at the conference station that can be taken in place there, you only allow certain people in at a time. You may have to have staff there at the doors. For those who are lined up and outside, you may want to put lines out or some kind of barriers there so that the people in line are 6 feet apart or 2 meters apart while they're waiting to get access to the washroom. So certain other aspects would have to be implemented at the same time.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions of clarification from members of council? Sorry, did I cut you off, Bernie? I certainly didn't mean to do that.
I just wanted to add there and have to have access to, hand sanitizers and make sure that there's an adequate supply and soap for people to wash their hands.
Okay. Other questions, clarification, members of council? Mr. Larmer, can you assist me again?
Nothing, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you, Tamara, and Mr. Larmer, back to you.
Yes, next, Your Worship, we have delegation number 4, and we have Dilys Robertson, a Cobourg resident, regarding Victoria Beach, Cobourg.
Dilys, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to make this delegation. The main issue I want to address is the need for predictive risk and hazard analysis by council before making a decision about complete or partial opening of the beach. But before I get onto that, I just want to bring up, I know this is controversial, but there is some, I believe, legal ambiguity about the status of the beach under provincial emergency legislation. And I believe greater clarification is needed. I'm not entirely clear why this ambiguity exists, but I will read to you a paragraph from the original provincial order about outdoor facilities, which I believe was on March 20th, and I'm reading it. This new order would close all communal or shared public or private outdoor recreational amenities anywhere in Ontario, including but not limited to, and then it goes into playground, sports field, So that phrase, including but not limited to, means that it could include other facilities as well. Now, I believe in the subsequent schedules, which have been amended, they haven't brought that phrase in. So I'm not sure whether that phrase still stands. But if it does, then the beach is closed unless otherwise stated. Anyway, that's just, I'm not a legal expert. I deal a lot with health and safety legislation, so I know what those phrases mean. Okay, so as part of the required municipal emergency program, which is required under the provincial legislation, it requires, and I'm quoting again from the legislation, in developing its emergency management program, every municipality shall identify and assess the various hazards and risks to public safety that would give rise to emergencies and identify the facilities and other elements of the infrastructure that are at risk of being affected by emergencies. So my question is, has this been done with respect to Victoria Beach? If not, I believe it should be done. Now, in the staff report dated 21st of April, updated, it deals in the main with what has happened so far with the beach open. That situation, of course, is going to change potentially in the hot summer months ahead and requires a new risk and hazard analysis based on possible scenarios, such as an influx of visitors from high infection risk areas. So, before I get into ways and means of protecting public safety, I've listed some of what I believe are possible hazards and risks, but I'd like to preface that by two general comments. The first is that council, the municipality, has two levels of responsibility for safety, and they're dealt with under different legislation. One is the safety of the public in general. The second one is for town employees. Anyone who's employed by the staff is actually covered by the Occupational Health and Safety Act, which is provincial. Now, under that act, the employer, who's the council, has the responsibility to take all reasonable precautions for the safety of every worker, and that includes infection control to prevent them being exposed to infection. The other point I would like to make is that I understand the difficulties of spelling out all the hazards, risks, and controls. And the main reason for that is the research. There is still a great deal of uncertainty about how, in fact, this virus is transmitted. And one of the reasons for that is that there has been a great paucity of contract tracing, and that has meant that studies in the main have been hampered by that. But anyway, there is still a lot to be learned about it. So my little list of possible risks and hazards. One is the possibility of insufficient enforcement personnel to deal with a larger number of visitors. Secondly, the relatively close contact of such personnel, for example, with car drivers who may not be wearing masks, and their contact is necessary because part of their enforcement responsibility is to make sure that passengers in the car are all from the same household. Thirdly, the possibility of infected asymptomatic visitors who are not wearing masks and or not maintaining physical distancing. The next possible risk is there is some research evidence of aerosols or tiny particles much smaller than droplets from infected persons, which can travel much further, particularly if there's a wind factor than 6 feet. Now, that is not fully confirmed by the research yet, so at the moment it's a caution. really. There is some research. Next point is I think this has already come up, but the closure of provincial beaches, by the way, that is definite. I have the reference for that. Provincial beaches have been closed, and other municipality beaches could mean greater visitor pressure. Somebody brought up the question of water, and that's true. It doesn't seem as though there's any research or evidence as of yet transmission of the virus through water. However, if you have, say, younger children standing but not submerged in the water, or young adults talking and laughing at close quarters, or coughing or sneezing, there definitely is a possibility of transmission through the air in that way, even leaving water aside. The washrooms, another aspect to consider is controlling the number of people in the washroom facility at any one time. People
Dilys, I just wish to remind you, you're down to about 1 minute.
Okay, I'll hurry up. So I'm going to get on to possible controls. One is using a ticketing system, provide up to a certain number, and then turn away others. Use extensive signage, perhaps on the 401 close to the Cobourg exit signs. And so in conclusion, I'm recommending that it be open for residents only until and after a full hazard and risk assessment has been completed for possible scenarios by the town. Thank you.
Okay. And Dilys, thank you for your thoughtful, detailed presentation. Are there questions of clarification, members of council? Mr. Larmer, can you assess me again?
Nothing, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Dilys, for your presentation. Mr. Larmer, back to you.
Yes. Next, Your Worship, we have delegation number 5, and we have Anarie Bouthillette. She'll correct me on that pronunciation. I'm sorry. Cobourg resident regarding the Victoria Park Beach, Cobourg.
Good afternoon, Mayor Henderson and council members, and thank you for listening to my submission today. My name is Anarie Bouthillette, and I've been a resident of Cobourg since 2004. For the last 16 years, my family and I have resided in the hot zone that is the neighborhood surrounding Victoria Park and Cobourg Beach. Our home is less than a block away from the park, and the street in front of our house is probably the busiest stretch for parking and for walking to and from the beach and the park, as it's the closest block with free on-street parking to the park. And over the years, we've definitely witnessed an increase in traffic and park use, and seen our share of disagreeable behaviors. I've lost count of how many empty tin cups and fast food containers I've fished out of my hedge and out of the hollow tree in front of our house. And those are by far the most benign. I've also picked up empty liquor containers and beer cans, discarded clothing, including adult underwear and dirty diapers. I have also had to carefully navigate around cars that are parked outside the painted lines and obstructing part of my driveway, as I simultaneously check both sides several times to ensure that there's no speeding cars coming down my otherwise quiet street. And I've worried about my children's safety for the same reasons. But I knew this was a trade-off to living in one of Cobourg's best neighborhoods with the beach literally at my front door, so I've put up with it. I've picked up the garbage and I've said hello to our visitors because I know how privileged we are to live where we do. And many times I've thought to suggest an idea to council that I believe merits consideration as a means to manage access to our little corner of paradise. I thought that with the current situation, it seemed like a good time to bring it forward as part of a plan to keep Cobourg Beach safe and to open our community with a goal to extend this to visitors once we've had a chance to roll it out and evaluate and once the COVID crisis permits it. So my suggestion, and I see from some of the correspondence submissions that you've received, is that that other people have thought along similar lines, is that we consider implementing a permit or a tag system, much like what's in place in many oceanfront municipalities along the U.S. eastern seaboard coastline. Permits could be issued free of charge to Northumberland residents who request them. Each permit would allow up to 5 people to enjoy the beach as a group, which is consistent with current physical distancing restrictions, and only 1 permit would be issued per household or address. Permits would have to be displayed when residents visit the beach, and bylaw officers would be empowered to confiscate the permits of those residents who are not respecting physical distancing rules or other beach and park bylaws, and then they would have to leave and not be able to return. This would allow residents to enjoy the beach safely without the need for fences. I believe there's some merit to council considering this alternative. As a second part of this rollout, once we've had a chance to assess implementation, the town of Cobourg could expand the program to allow non-residents to purchase permits with the same limits, for 1 per household and up to 5 people per permit. These permits could be available for purchase at one of the beach kiosks for the day or in advance from the town via online ordering, for example. And going forward, permits would have to be reissued annually so that the previous year's permits would be valid in subsequent years. For visitors, we could offer day permits or annual permits with a different fee structure for each, and resident permits would remain free of charge. I believe this is a relatively easy, inexpensive solution that has long-term potential to manage the growth of our beach traffic in a way that keeps it safe and pleasant for all visitors, local and not. Thank you for your time and consideration. That's my short and sweet submission today.
Well, Anarie, thank you for that alternative suggestion. Are there clarification questions from members of council? Mr. Larmer, I'll need your help again.
None, your worship.
Okay. Thank you to all our presenters today and delegations before council. Your time is certainly appreciated. Mr. Larmer, in terms of delegation action, I'm looking for direction. Can we do it all in one, or do we have to do it independently?
No delegation actions, your worship. It's a special council meeting, so it's all on the main motion that's on today's agenda.
Okay, thank you. And I believe, to your point, Mr. Larmer, if we move to correspondence, I believe the point is to date we have 1 to 24, but I believe we can ask the deputy mayor not to read those, but only to read the action recommended. Is that correct?
Yes, your worship. I just want to mention that we have received 2 more, which I will add and circulate in the agenda unless council wants me to read them out. But other than that, we have 2 more which will be added to the agenda.
I'd like to take a direction from council. Would you prefer to have those read out, or would you prefer to please give me some direction? Councillor Darling?
Yes, I mean, we could read them out, but I would hazard a guess that along with the other 24, they are the same sort of recommendations that we're going to have to deal with later in the motion, either for or against.
Okay. Any other concern, comment? Deputy Mayor?
Mayor Henderson, I agree with Councillor Darling, and in lieu of time, it is 5:20. My motion, including the 2 additional ones, that would make a total of 26, that council receive the correspondence for information purposes.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Darling, any further discussion? Councillor Beattie?
Thank you, Your Worship, and to the Deputy Mayor. This will only take 2 seconds, and I feel this is the appropriate time just to say this, as I've had some members of the community, mostly in the minority community, ask me to make reference to something. So I just want to be very clear that my following comments are not directed to the CTA presentation or any other delegation or correspondence received tonight, but rather the broader community context. I feel compelled to address the negative narrative attached to online conversations and email threads about the closure of Victoria Beach that I've received as a councillor. While some have been open and constructive, much of the online conversation hasn't been. I acknowledge that these are uncertain and uncomfortable times. We are anxious, we are worried, but this is not the time to create an us versus them culture on any level, to point fingers, or to engage in profiling. This is not a time for language such as those people that, quite frankly, can imply a derogatory, if not racist, undertone. And the calls and emails that I've received of these families in tears is very upsetting. As I watch what's happening in the US, my heart breaks. As I read about how people are choosing to speak here in my hometown, my heart hurts that much more. I know that these are decisive and polarizing matters. I'm not dismissing the care and thoughtfulness and urgency and concern in which safety issues need to be addressed. But I do ask that we don't lose our capacity for empathy and compassion, especially in our public discourse. Cobourg, I hear you and I see you. Please continue to practice patience, dignity, and respect in our exchanges. Let's rise up above this and beyond this. We are all in this together. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beatty, for those comments. I'm looking for a seconder for Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Charlie, your worship.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Mr. Larmer, back to you.
Yes, next, your worship, we have petitions on the agenda, and we have received a petition to keep the Cobourg Beach closed submitted by Dennis Nabieszko on behalf of the signatories. And this would be General Government Services to move exactly.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. The action recommended that council receive the petition to keep Cobourg Beach closed for information purposes.
Seconder.
I see Councillor Burkett.
Okay, thank you. I don't have it on my screen. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Mr. Larmer, I believe it's back to you and off to Protection Services with Councillor Burkett.
Yes, your worship. Next on the agenda is Protection Services, and it's a memo from the Municipal Clerk Manager's Legislative Services regarding Victoria Park Beach, Cobourg, temporary closure option for council during the COVID-19 pandemic, and this was referred from the May 11th, 2020 committee meeting.
Councillor Burkett.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a motion.
Oh, can we read the first one first, the action recommended?
I'm going to put the action recommended on the floor. So the action recommended that council receive the report referred from the May 11th, 2020 Committee of the Whole meeting, and the second report on bylaw enforcement statistics for information purposes, and further that council directs staff to implement the closure of Victoria Beach until August 31st, 2020, and install metal fencing barriers with emergency access points as necessary, and continue the increased enforcement at the waterfront area in order to continue to make sure residents and visitors are complying with the provincial orders and complying with physical distancing guidelines as set out by federal, provincial, and health or local health units, and further that staff provide a further report to council at the Monday, June 22nd, 2020 Committee of the Whole meeting with any statistics of the waterfront area activities and any other areas of concern that arise due to the beach closure, and in addition include in the report how the town could reopen the beach with restricted use, along with the costing estimates associated with the reopening of the beach for council approval.
Okay. Is everybody clear, or anybody would like that read again? I'm just looking at profile faces. Seconder, first of all, Councillor Darling, would anybody like?
If I could ask Mr. Larmer just to put that back up so I could read it myself, just for a minute or so. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Larmer.
Okay, are there questions of discussion? Oh, sorry, Mr. Councillor Burkett.
So, Your Worship, I just wanted to give some rationale to members of councils prior to moving to a discussion and any comments. I felt that this was important to, in the current situation, to close the beach, allow staff to provide further direction to council with the cost estimates, what kind of resources that are required to essentially open the beach to obviously restricted access due to, we know that we're going to need some form of mechanism. And I felt that the June 22nd date would give staff time to provide a report back to council, as well as what effects the beach closure would have, because obviously I feel we need to do that immediately, getting into the busy times. And then with the end date of August 31st, because that is a council meeting, a regular council meeting. So at that point, council could either extend, the fencing, and obviously this is a moving target, this current events. And I feel that by that time, hopefully we have an idea of what the children are doing, whether they're going back to school or what the province is doing along those lines. And I think at that point as well, that's past our kind of busy season. So hopefully at that point, we will be able to ease back out of this and reopen the beach, because the tourist season would be essentially over at that point. Thank you, Your Worship.
You're welcome, Councillor Burkett. Questions of clarification, members of council? I'll start with Councillor Darling.
Thank you, Your Worship. As Mr. Pagnuelo said, this is one of the toughest decisions we as councillors have to make. I agree with Councillor Burkett. As much as I regret having to close the beach, I think we have to close it at least on a temporary, for temporary time, to see or give staff the time to handle the logistics. We've had numerous suggestions from the public. Most people that I've been in contact with are either close it completely or close it and have it open only to local residents with past permits, whatever they decide. Again, I'm concerned with the logistics of the washrooms and the porta potties. I know myself, I wouldn't have to want to clean them. I don't know if we have staff or if we have contract people who would be willing to accept the contract to clean them on a regular basis. If we don't have facilities for washroom facilities for the public to use, and we can't get staff due to occupational health, safety concerns, or a contractor to clean them, then I feel we have no choice but to close the beach. I mean, we're all aware of incidents that have happened in the past and are happening at this time. So I would agree with Councillor Burkett that we do have to fence the beach until such time as staff and council can come together with a proper safety measures in place to open it. Thank you.
And before I go to other councillors or Deputy Mayor, Councillor Burkett, I just want to be clear in clarification. When you're speaking of the beach, are you emphasizing the beach area proper, but not including the promenade, as some of us call it? Could you add clarification for that piece for me, please?
Yes, Your Worship. Basically, the sand is what I would like to be closed off. I believe the walkway that goes through Victoria Park in between the beach area and the actual park area, I think we need to keep that open, because that's more of a pathway through the beach. No one's really setting up their towels or bringing their families just to sit there and kind of congregate. So I think my intent was just the sand part, because at the end of the day, everyone knows as if people start coming to the beach, we don't have a control mechanism at this point. So I would like to see that prior to a restricted reopening of it.
Okay, thank you for that explanation and clarification. Off to Councillor Beatty and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is more in the nature of, well, similar to Councillor Darling, the majority of conversations I've had through my own canvassing, whether that was walking up and down the promenade, introducing myself to visitors and locals and having conversations, or through phone calls and social media and email, was I don't think most people want to see congregating activity, day-to-day beaching activity that you normally see in the summer, but how many people understand restricted use or restricted access, and that almost a kick in the gut of losing the ability to walk through only seemed to be working pre the reopening of the framework. I also understand that at that time we didn't have the challenge of the warmer weather that's now coming upon us. My question to Councillor Burkett is, through your research or conversations and your role as protective services, what would an option look like if there were access points for walkthrough only through the barricades and or the fence?
Councillor Burkett.
So the way I look at it is obviously through emergency services, whether it's fire, police, medical, whatever, we need to have those access points, and whether those access points in the future become essentially access points to the public as well, where we can deploy some form of staff. I'm not necessarily saying it's an enforcement staff. It's numbers, I guess, kind of counting. Okay, we have, X number of people on the beach right now, so we can't kind of let anyone go through. And whether it's a matter of restricting use for and just allowing walkthroughs, which is obviously very easy to manage and count and kind of know how, because once you go through it, you're going to end up at the other end in a certain time frame. But obviously, I do know that there would be some individuals, whether it's families or whatever, that may actually like to use the beach. I think that's something that council will have to make a decision, and obviously staff provide us what the logistics would be of the example that the health unit provide us in the video. They had the little fenced off sections. Maybe there's, a certain amount of that space that's allocated for that. And then there's some allocation for the walkthrough, because obviously you'll have to have a pathway from one end to the other to provide that walkthrough. And then maybe that walkthrough will also provide that pathway down to those squares or whatever you want to call those spaces. Hopefully that answered your question.
I'm Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. When I first read the motion and I saw the metal fencing, I assumed that it would be a continuation of the fencing that is currently around the campground. And so I'm not sure when that is planned to be removed, but I guess if your vision, Councillor Burkett, is to go from the south of the boardwalk right on the sand, I'm trying to look at the logistics of fencing the perimeter of the beach. There are several access points. Right now we can walk through Victoria Park, except for where the campground is, and go on the beach east and west. There's access points. So my vision was fencing right down to the water on both sides. And if we fence south of the boardwalk through the beach, and the fence remains on the surrounding the campground, that's a very narrow walkway through. So I'm just wondering, would it be possible people could still walk through Victoria Park, still see the beach, still have a lot of visibility on the beach if we continued the fencing from the current fencing that is around the campground and then right down to the waterfront? Is that what your vision was for fencing? I have a follow-up, but I'll let him answer that one first.
So my envision of the fence, and this is obviously whatever the logistics are of the staff to be able to set the fence up. Because I know one issue that has come up, because I've noticed it when you're walking down the boardwalk and a group of individuals decides to not move out of the way, there's a lot of times people will have to jump to the sound or sand or to the side to kind of get out of the way, because some people aren't moving essentially. So if the logistics are that we need to leave a little section open of the sand, so there's like essentially a walking path on the sand to make sure we allow the capability of somebody moving over if some a group of people decide not to move over, because I've seen it. And I think this is where staff can potentially discuss the fencing amongst whether, like I said, it's the fire, police, the emergency services, as well as potentially the health unit, to make sure that there's no issues or guideline constraints that would allow us to do this. And I guess continuing the fence, I don't know how you continue it across down and go to the beach from the existing campground. I think that's its own entity and it stays. I don't think you can tie into that existing fence.
Okay, thank you for that. And a subsequent question, Deputy Mayor, then I'll go off to another councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess my second question is, there's no start date on that, and the logistics you've just mentioned that staff will have to work through. The reason we're having this public meeting is so whatever decision we have can be implemented. You mentioned immediately in your rationale, but there's no start date on this. And I guess it might take a while, a few days, a day, to order the fencing and to have staff do the logistics of how much fencing we need, where those access points will be. And so realistically, and I guess I should maybe turn this over to Mr. Davey, how realistic, if council passes this tonight, will this fencing be up, and so that we can alert people and our neighbors that the beach will be closed till August 31st.
Mr. Davey?
Yes, Your Worship. I'd probably ask for Director Wills to give me some help on this as well, because she's the one that was obtaining the quotes for the fencing, but I would think that it would happen fairly soon. And in terms of the logistics, I think we've had some preliminary discussions as far as access points, that there probably need to be at least 2, probably 3 access points for safety. And I see no reason why the fence couldn't run parallel to the boardwalk, maybe the same width as the current boardwalk promenade there, to provide that second lane of traffic, one up on the bricks and one down on the sand, and it would still provide that thoroughfare and basically double the width of the walkway. And then obviously running down to the water at both the east end and the west end. But I'll ask maybe if Director Wills could comment on the availability of the fencing.
Director Wells?
Sure, through the chair. As far as we're aware, there is sufficient stock available of this fence, and if we put an order in tomorrow, we would probably have it by the next day, and then give us a few days to install and discuss with emergency services as where the entrances need to be. We should have it up by the weekend if it was decided tonight to go ahead with that, I would expect.
Okay. And so Councillor Burkett, to Deputy Mayor's suggestion, I'll leave that with you about a potential date to aim for your consideration. I'll take other questions in the meantime from other members of council. Are there?
Councillor Bureau has his hand up, Your Worship.
Yeah, I just don't see him on the screen. I apologize. Councillor Burrell.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Councillor Burkett, for bringing this motion forward. I too agree that the beach does need to be closed down. I couldn't have that on my conscience if we kept it open and somebody did get sick on that. And possibly die. That would be extremely horrible, and I think it'd be better safe than sorry. But I have two questions. Actually, one is for Mr. Larmer and the chief, and the second is for the health unit, if that's okay. For the fencing, how hard would it be able to patrol that? Would it be extra staff? And just shedding some light on the Cobourg Police's aspect on that, as well as our town clerk.
Okay, I'll start with Mr. Larmer, and then we'll see if Chief Vandergraaf is, or some designate can speak to your point. So Mr. Larmer?
Through your worship, and I don't speak for the police, I'll let him speak for it. But the closing of the beach, to answer the previous question, the closure of the beach would if it passed today, would start immediately. So tomorrow we wouldn't be allowing anyone on the beach if council does that. So we do that enforcement on that side of it. In regards to enforcement, this would come down to proper signage, which we get up right away before the fence. And what happens, we go now into provincial legislation on the Trespass to Property Act. So anyone that is entering the beach area will be charged under that provincial act by us, as well as the, I can't speak for the police, but they would do the same. So we patrol that. The only concern that could happen would be is we don't get the communication out, that signage out past the jurisdiction of Cobourg. When people come down, we might be chasing them to different areas. So enforcement might move from the beach area, people come down, or down there, and it might move to our Victoria Park or West Beach. So communications and enforcement will be a big part of that process for it. But like I said, the closing of the beach would start right away, and we would have to, and I can't speak for the police, but we would provide a zero tolerance for this as well. If the signage is up, if we find anyone past the fencing or those areas there, that we would issue a trespass to property ticket. So I'll let Paul, Chief, speak.
Chief Vandergraaf.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, Councillor Bureau, the issue of closing the beach and police presence, we will continue to partner with the town and the bylaw. That partnership that's been forged over the last few summers has been exceptional. And it was evident yesterday when the team went to work and did a tremendous job. So we will continue to do that. It will be zero tolerance with effective signage that met the provincial legislation for the Trespass to Property Act. There would be no requirement of any additional bylaws to be created. The provincial act covers all of what we would do. We would work in concert with the town and advising everybody that it's a zero tolerance. And we will be very prepared for the displacement. We will recognize that people will continue to come to the beach area because of it is a natural magnet and it is well known. So people will tend to go to other beaches in our area or other parks, and we'll manage that crew as we would. As far as extra staff, it'll be a redeployment of current staff versus extra staff. I hope I answered that question.
Okay, thank you. And I believe you had a question for the health unit. Is any member of the health unit still here? Mr. Larmer?
Yes, Bernie is here still.
Okay, and Bernie, off to you. Thank you.
Yes, through your worship to Bernie. Nice to meet you today. And thank you for your presentation. So I'm looking at this as a bigger aspect part of this. The beach to me is just one part of our waterfront. So if we're in the opinion of closing our beach from tourism and practicing social distances, in your opinion, do you think it would be a wiser look to also look at our marina as well as the campground and the whole entire waterfront on a health and safety aspect?
Bernie, I'll leave that with you, how you might like to address that if you wish.
Certainly is something would have to be considered to opening of the marina as well. The ministry has, and the Ontario government has permitted marinas to open. So we have been advising some of the private marinas there as to if they wish to open. There's certain precautions they need to be taken in place and have considered as well. So such things as they want to be screening their users coming to the marina, monitoring their staff, ensuring that they have some kind of plan in place to maintain social distancing, and as well, any one of the staff, or if anybody is ill, that they may want to ask them to remove themselves and contact the health unit regarding some testing on that. So they are permitted to open. However, we are encouraging those that they also must have a plan in place to, to coordinate that as safely as possible.
Okay.
And Councillor Barol, to your point, I can only assure you, working with the other mayors, Northumberland, Peterborough South, most municipalities that I'm aware are moving in that regard. The only hesitation that is by self-right is through both Alderville and First Nations of Hiawatha, and of course they take a slightly different approach for their own residents. But I can assure you that plans are being done by other municipalities, to Bernie's point of aligning with the health unit guidelines. Any other questions of members of council? I'll come back to Councillor Barol. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any other member of council. Councillor Darling?
Yes, thank you. I've had my hand up there. I guess you don't have us all on your screen.
I do not.
Excuse me. Just a question for the chief. I, along with other councillors, have received suggestions that we put signs up on the 401, on the exit ramps, or on the 401, advertising that the Cobourg Beach is closed. Now, it's my understanding that you just can't put signs on a provincial highway like that. I wonder if Chief Vandergraaf could clear the air on that one, if he would.
Chief?
Sorry, I'm not going to be able to clear the air totally. It's definitely a Ministry of Transportation regulation. I would be happy to research that this evening and get an answer for you for tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure you need to have the MTO's permission to do that. But I believe Director Wills may have more information.
Director Wills?
Hi, yes, I have actually contacted MTO about these signs on the 401, and they are permitted to an extent. There's an application process, and there's just a typical, they typically do not allow signs such as this, but given the circumstances with the pandemic, they are being flexible. And so it would potentially be possible, depending on what the wording is on the signs. They're being very strict about what is actually on the signs. But whether it's on the 401 or on our ramps or within view of the 401 or the ramps, you have to get a permit in order to get these signs up. But it is possible.
Okay, thank you for that. Other questions of clarification, members of council? Back to you, Councillor Barol, and then I'll add anybody else I'm not seeing.
It was Councillor Beatty had her hand up before me, but thank you.
Thank you. I didn't see it. It's not on my screen. So Councillor Beatty?
Sorry, Your Worship. Councillor Chorley actually had her hand up before I. So
well, I like the politeness of our council. So let's go to Councillor Chorley, Councillor Beatty, and Councillor Barol.
Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't expect to jump the queue. My question was for our Manager of Legislative Services. I was wondering if you could provide us with an update on our bylaw enforcement team. How many individuals do we have who can help to monitor activity around the beach, and whether we can have any summer students involved in that? It would be great to have an update. And then I also had a question maybe for the Director of Community Services, just looking for an update on when the campground will be reopened and when that fence around the campground will come down. As Deputy Mayor Sagan has pointed out, there are some concerns about creating a corridor if we have fencing on either side of that walkway across the north side of the beach, and it would be great to have an update.
Okay, so let's start with your first set of questions, and then we'll proceed accordingly.
Thank you, Your Worship, to the member of council. So currently, right now, we have 2 bylaw enforcement officers that are working full-time for us. So we have a regular full-time, and then as well as some that crossed over to help us out in assistance for that. Staggered shifts, we have 8:30 to 4. Sometimes they work a little later during the circumstances and the busyness. Then we have one that works 12 till 8 at night. So we cross shift. And additionally, last summer, for this whole summer, we had about 4 officers working. On occasion, that would be only on the weekends. So we regularly had 3 during the week. So we're pretty on par for what we organize from there. The town of Cobourg is very, very lucky with collaboration with the Cobourg Police, their special constables and their auxiliary. This gives us extra powers, extra eyes out there, and they talk to each other and communicate back and forth. It's incredible collaboration that a lot of municipalities don't have, and we're happy to have that. So we've been working well together, and like the chief said, we had a successful weekend, not with ENPCA charges, but with our regular bylaw offenses that we're seeing start a little earlier than usual. So that's an ongoing thing, and that's a occurrence that we have all the time. Right now, we also have a posting closing for what was in the budget, the approval of a bylaw enforcement officer, property standards officer. So that closes June 4th, and hopefully we can go through the process through a Zoom to do some interviews and get somebody up for the summer season. So hopefully that will help us out a bit. There's some training involved and some getting used to, but the extra manpower will help. In regards to summer students, we're still waiting on final confirmation on the summer job grants from the government. I think they're doing it in stages. We haven't got the full part of that. I'll have to have further conversations with HR on that process. One of the main things that the students were as part of the budget review was to help out with parking down in the waterfront area. That's one decision council will have to make, as well as regarding the parking down in the waterfront, as the motion was to go to today. So we're not issuing tickets now or enforcement, but depending on what the vote is, we'll have to make a decision on the parking at the waterfront as well too.
Okay, thank you for that. I believe your second question, Councillor Charlie, was directed to Director Huswick.
Good evening, Council. Thank you, Your Worship. As you know, we de-winterized the campground a couple months ago to prepare it for possible use as a relief camp. That's the current status. We've certainly had some brief discussions at the EOC about future decisions with the campground. No decisions have been made at this point. The provincial government allowed campgrounds a few weeks ago to begin preparing for operation. I'm waiting for clarification. A little bit of confusion as to whether they're allowed to open yet. I know there have been seasonal campgrounds around the province that have opened. I'm not clear yet on whether they're allowed to open, but I know in fact a number of them have. We will require about a week plus additional staffing in order to operate and prepare and operate the campground. So we just haven't made that decision yet.
And Bernie, if you're still there, could I have you make a comment on behalf of the health unit, if you're still there, please?
I can share with you that campgrounds or trailer parks that have full services are permitted to open and allow those that have a contract for the full season to have use of their trailers now. Now, within the trailer park, then comfort stations, playground, anywhere where the trailer park users may congregate are to be still closed. So the owners of the trailers are permitted to use their trailer.
And Bernie, it's my understanding too, if you are going to open, every municipality has to ensure that they verify their water systems through the health unit as well. Could I ask you to speak to that quickly?
Yes, if the campground, if they're on their own water system, then they have to send a notification into the health unit that they are going to start operating their small drinking water system, and they must collect water samples to ensure that the water is safe to drink before the users start coming into the trailer parks.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Mayor?
Director Huswick?
Yeah, just to confirm, we have, I believe, only approximately six seasonal contracts for the campground. It's been declining each year. So the bulk of our customers are transient.
Okay. Thank you. Next in order, I believe we're going to Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is through you to either Councillor Burkett as Coordinator of Protection Services, or perhaps the clerk or the interim CEO. Prior to the province reopening framework that allowed more additional use and access with recreational facilities, parks and beaches, several municipalities in Ontario that had implemented land use restrictions, including closing, fencing off of beaches and parks. Also addressed the adjacent parking lots, municipal parking lots that were linked to these parks and or beaches, to extend further messaging that they were closed, as well as to prevent possible overflow or congregation in those parking lots with the result of the land use restrictions. Have there been conversations in your decision to put this recommended action forward about what would be done? I immediately think of the 3 adjacent parking lots on south of Church Street, McGill Street that runs parallel and behind the Canada Post office there, and then the parking lot off of Division Street. So I guess in sum, my question is, has the closure of those parking lots to reflect the fencing timelines been taken into consideration?
And who would you like to direct that to again?
I believe I'll direct that to Councillor Burkett, and then I'll let him direct to staff if necessary. Thank you.
Councillor Burkett.
So in my thought process through my motion, I didn't take any of those considerations into effect currently, because my hope would be that once the messaging is out and people realize it's closed, I do realize that they're going to potentially move to another place, but that's my hope with the staff report back on the 22nd, that the clerk or the CAO would say to us that, these are issues that have occurred due to the beach closure, and provide us with some recommendations that they feel in their professional opinion would be smart to implement for council's decision. I would ask either the clerk or the CAO to answer anything further.
Mr. Davey?
Well, all I could really add to that is it's only my personal opinion, but I'm not an expert on parking, but I do know that if you close a certain area and there's still people wanting to park, they will find the next closest place to park, which sometimes is not as favorable as the original spot. It's either on another, like a residential street a little bit further out. So the more parking you close, it just expands or moves to the next closest area and may well cause a problem there. So obviously there'll be a lot of monitoring required just to see whether it's warranted to close parking as well.
Okay, does that answer your question, Councillor Beatty? Thank you. And now I'm moving on to my third individual, because I believe I had Councillor Chorley, Councillor Beatty, and Councillor Barreau, did I not?
Yeah. I'm going to make an amendment, but if Councillor Chorley, I seen her hand up too. If you want to add more first, if Councillor Chorley wants to go first.
Sorry, just not seen on my screen. Is that just question from Councillor Chorley?
No, she had her hand up. I was going to make an amendment to this, to Councillor Burkett's motion, but if there's more arguments, then I can wait.
Okay, then we'll go to Councillor Chorley and then back to Councillor Burkett.
Thank you, Councillor Bureau. I was just going to ask a follow-up question, and I wanted to thank Councillor Beatty for raising the issue of parking, because I think it's something we should explore a little bit further. I noted that the health unit mentioned in their presentation that one strategy is to limit access points such as parking. So I just wanted to get some additional feedback, perhaps from Director Wills or from Mr. Larmer, about the options for closing our parking lots, the ones that typically service the beach. Would it be possible for us to simply close them? Or another option I wanted to explore was, could we make them accessible only for permit holders? And maybe if Mr. Larmer could explain how residents can obtain a permit and what kind of fees are involved. I'm just wondering whether that sort of system might be an option as well.
Mr. Larmer?
So through your worship to the member of council, I'll let Director Wills follow up if I miss anything. So I just want to flag that some of those parking lots down there also allow people to park, and if we're just talking about the beach, they'd be able to use Victoria Park because we're not closing that, or use the boardwalk or walk along the Esplanade and those areas too. So we have to be considered those areas that people still using those might want to park down there. I reiterate what the CAO has said, that parking, even during this busy summer months, even with the parking lots open, we consistently deploy, myself as well as the police, on the side streets, past Paul Curley Way, all the way to Water Street, and then on the other side, way past almost William Street by the library, and then even going north. But with the beach closed, it's hard to really know what to expect and how we're going to process that. In regards to parking, all the spaces down at the beach are metered, as well as they have pay and display machines. The town has recently, in the last couple of years, has adopted a honk mobile app, which would eliminate the need to actually use the machine through coin or through credit card. You could actually do it online, just following the simple steps for the honk mobile app. We've done that all across the town. One additional spot is that outside residents and even residents inside of Cobourg can actually purchase parking permits for day passes online as well, through our website too, which is another additional part of it. The only thing with that is that they're not reserved spaces, so it'd be first come, first served. So during the summer season, you could buy one and come down, and you might not have a spot. You have to kind of tour around to try to find one. I think just, enforcement side of it, we're really not going to know exactly what to expect, because we have canceled, the council has decided to cancel special events. Our main busy weekends are, of course, Canada Day Waterfront Festival and the Sandcastle. So those are the large events too. So there is different ways and options of doing it. Especially, we have had a couple residents concerned regarding touching of the pay and display machines, as well as the meters. They have to be clean as well too, and that could be contact spread as well too. But we definitely have in place the ability to have permits and do it online, as well as through a mobile app. So those options are available. And maybe if Director Wills has any follow up, you can allow her to speak to that. She probably have the cost probably.
Sorry?
I'm not sure the cost off my hand on parking. I know it's $2 an hour down there, but I'm not sure what the permit costs. I think it'd be the same, but we can bring that back, or we can find that out for you.
Director Wills.
Thank you. Through you, the only thing I wanted to add, as far as, yes, we do have the ability to sell permits online, is just the fairness and equality, that not all have the access to a smartphone that can use the app, and access to a printer where they can print their pass. So that was part of the reason why currently our parking has been free, to eliminate the need for the public having to access our public buildings that are currently closed and exchanging passes manually that have to be created and handed out to the residents who need them. Besides that, it is very accessible to get a parking pass still, if that's the route we want to go.
And to your point, Councillor Charlie, I'm sure that as was indicated in Councillor Burkett's original motion, that's something that staff could look at, bring back based on what we see between now and June 22nd regarding the parking issues, because I think that's part and parcel of our entire site. So I would like to think that could be done during that time period. Back to Councillor Barreau.
Yeah, I would like to, I do like Councillor Burkett's motion. I would like to add something to it, which would be a motion to eliminate all transient boaters slips from the marina, as well as the campground for this season.
So okay, right now I need some. You can put any motion for you wish. I'm just concerned that we're complimenting, now throwing in the marina, the campground, the Victoria Beach, when the focus of this special meeting was not on the marina, not on the campground, it's on Victoria Beach. So can I get clarification from the clerk?
So, Your Worship, you're the chair, so you have to make a ruling on this, but you have to decide whether or not the motion would be germane to the issue at hand. The special meeting agenda is on the closure of Victoria Beach. Special meetings are only those that have to do with what's been placed in the agenda, which has been given notice. So you have to make a determine whether it's germane to the discussion and the debate at hand. If not, special meeting rules suggest that with the majority vote of council, you can consider different different amendments or those motions that would not be typically associated with this. But a motion is not in order if it's not germane to the discussion. So you'd have to make that determination.
Okay, Councilor Burrell, I don't feel it's germane because we've spent considerable time the last week or more with close to 2,000 emails, phone calls, collectively to all members of council, simply focused on Victoria Beach. If you wish at some point through discussion to bring something forward for the trailer park or the marina, then I think out of courtesy, it should be shared prior to the coordinator as well as the director of that unit and put out publicly. So then all the elements with those issues can be fairly and honorably discussed. So I'm not going to allow your motion to stand.
Okay.
Any other comments? Because we've had great discussion. Any other final comment?
Yes, I do.
Councillor Darling?
Thank you. I'm sure why I'm not on your screen.
Maybe it's
in regard,
no.
In regard to parking, you know, we've had a lot of people that don't want the beach fenced off, and there's a lot of people that in our town that go down to the park and sit there and observe the water, have their coffee, park there and walk the promenade, the boardwalk, whatever. You know, we've thrown quite a shock at them by those who do not want the beach fenced off, by even suggesting that we're going to. I feel that eliminating parking at this time would be detrimental at this time. You know, we, as you suggested, we're going to look at this in 3 weeks and see what situations arise out of parking, and as the weather warms, sort of people coming hoping to use the beach and maybe parking, picnicking on the West Beach or picnicking along the harbor or in Victoria Park. We'll have to see and wait and see what you know, what incidents arise. But I truly think that eliminating parking on the waterfront is a bad move at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess for a final comment, I do want to congratulate all citizens and those individuals within the town of Cobourg and beyond. It's probably the largest input engagement that I've seen on my 9 years of council. We have a buffet before us between civil liberties, keeping it open, maintaining status quo, to protecting the health and safety of all concerned, to those suggesting alternative methods. And I'd like to thank everyone who's put forward their own ideas based on their own premise and belief systems, because that's what should come forward to this council. And I agree with our presenters, it's one of the most difficult decisions we've ever made. But at this time, I can only say from my perspective, the health and safety is one of the first measures under the Municipal Act responsible for every council in the province of Ontario. And at this point, I believe I have to err on the health and safety of individuals and protect what we know at this time, knowing I believe there's a strong indication from this council, based on Councillor Burkett's motion, start to look at some alternatives as we move forward. And more importantly, as suggested by Dr. Noseworthy, they too are now just starting to finish up their own regulations that we could use in terms of to assist us in terms of washrooms, public spaces. So I look forward to those documents. I believe we've had adequate discussion. Is there any member of council who want the...
Your Worship, I'm just going to walk you through something. Are you able to see everybody on the screen, the gallery view?
No, I'm not.
You should be in the top corner, top right corner. You'll see speaker view or gallery view. If you press that, you should be able to see everyone.
Oh, got it. It flipped in. It wasn't working earlier. I apologize.
And you can
Thank
maximize your screen as well too, if you would like.
Okay, thank you.
I think there's a few more questions for you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beattie?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's not a question, but I after hearing the answers to the questions, I do have one amendment to put on the floor for council's consideration, if I may. So the motion is as Councillor Burkett's motion is written, but just an additional recommended action. And further, that the Victoria Beach washroom facilities remain closed.
Councillor Beatty, if I can just get indication from the clerk, it's my understanding under the Provincial Act, and I'll get direction, all public washrooms at this time are closed. But I'll allow Mr. Larmer to comment accordingly.
Your Worship, maybe you'd just like Councillor Beatty to repeat because she cut out.
Okay. Councillor Beatty, could I ask you to repeat?
Sure. I'll remove that first part from my motion as that's redundant then to your point, Your Worship. So then the additional recommended action to Councillor Burkett's motion as written would read as, and further that the appropriate number of portalettes or portable washrooms, including accessible units, be put up in an appropriate place as deemed by staff and cleaned daily for public use. And if I may, the reason why I say that is I can appreciate that we're going to be reviewing this in 3 weeks' time from analysis from staff. But as we saw over this past weekend, people will still be walking through the boardwalk. People will still be in the parking lots. And more importantly, people will still be in Victoria Park. And it concerns me that right now in such a wide footprint of a public space, there's nowhere for someone to access the washroom.
Okay, so let me get a seconder to your amendment. Councillor Chorley, any further discussion after based on Councillor Beatty's comments? Councillor Barreau?
Yeah, just as a learning moment, how is that pertaining to the beach? If it's only a beach thing that we're allowed to talk about, then how is the washrooms allowed to be on this, allowed to be an amendment?
Well, Councillor Barreau, I will take direction from the clerk for direction, but at this point, we do, if we're inviting people to use our beach, otherwise, or even our promenade or walking by, a lot of the issues we have faced with individuals and visitors is not being able to reach an accessible washroom. My understanding, the only one available is situated on 2nd Street. What we discovered from this past few weekends, individuals are not making that particular site, and unfortunately are doing their business within our parks and our walkways, which is a health and safety issue. So I do feel that is permissible. Any other comment? Councillor Chorley.
Oh, sorry, we're still on the, did we take the vote as yet on the?
No, I just thought you had a question. I apologize.
Okay, I will wait until after the vote.
Okay. Any other discussion? Councillor Darling?
Yes, it's just kind of a wide open amendment there. I'm just wondering if maybe the CAO or Director Huswick could kind of shed some light on that. I think the washroom at behind Victoria Hall is getting cleaned twice a day, if I'm not mistaken, or that was the original intent. Just like a little clarification, how many we talking, how much cleaning do we require? There's been nothing come out from the health unit yet on porta potties. So I'm just wondering if there's any clarification around that.
Okay, Director Huswick.
Your Worship, I mean, I can defer to the CAO. The emergency control group had discussed previously installing additional washrooms at the waterfront. So I think that work is underway. I'm not sure exactly how many. I think that would probably be something we would need to evaluate on a regular basis, depending on how many people are down there. So that, I think that decision can be implemented fairly quickly. And I know the suppliers are including, they clean them themselves. And so that's part of the contract.
And to your point, Councillor Darlene, I know we pointed out from Councillor Beatty before to make sure we both have what we might call a regular and an accessible porta potty to meet all the needs that was done on 2nd Street. I apologize. I saw another hand, I believe. Councillor Chorley.
I was wondering if Councillor Beattie can repeat the part of her motion that stated how frequently they would be cleaned. I think I heard from the health unit twice per day would be preferable, and perhaps Bernie could clarify that just so that we can get that frequency correct.
Can we first perhaps go to Bernie on that, please, if he's still there on the screen? Yes, he is in top corner. Thank you, Bernie, for staying.
In all the documents I've seen so far, they recommend a minimum twice a day or as more often as needed. So depending on how much traffic and usage there is.
Okay, and I know through Director Huswick, when we do have a contract, it's written in that contract how many times it should be cleaned to meet the health standards within the town. Bernie, another.
Yeah, I just want to make another quick comment that also with the portable toilets, you also have to be thinking about hand sanitation as well and hygiene.
Okay. Does somebody need read the amendment again from Councillor Beattie? Councillor Beattie?
Thank you, Your Worship. If you may, given Councillor Chorley's point and then what I heard from Dr. Noseworthy or from Bernie, I'm happy to add those 2 points just so that it's in the written record. So I can reread the sentence
if you could, please.
Sure, thank you. And further that portable washrooms, including accessible units, be set up on the waterfront with the number to be determined by the EOC, and for the washrooms to be cleaned and maintained twice daily.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other seconder? I guess I just covered the amendment to the amendment. Councillor Chorley, thank you. Is there any other further discussion on this point? I'm going to call a vote. All those in favor of the amendment? Thank you. Going back to Councillor Burkett. Councillor Burkett, can I have you read yours with the amended portion? Unless there's other questions at this point. Councillor Chorley.
I also wanted to raise the issue of signage. We've touched on that a little bit, but I think signage and communication is an extremely important aspect of this discussion. And if we are to move forward with fencing off and closing the beach, it really won't have the desired effect if we don't push that message out. And I would note that the health unit also emphasized the importance of communication that takes place early and often. So I would also like to put an amendment on the floor so that this happens sooner rather than later. And I want to thank Mr. Davey and Director Wills for investigating whether it's possible to get some signage on the 401. The amendment is that, and further that clear signage indicating that the beach is closed will be posted on Highway 401, pending MTO approval, on arterial roads entering Cobourg, on all major approaches to Victoria Park, and around the beach itself.
Okay, seconder to that amendment. Councillor Beattie, discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote to the amendment put forward by Councillor Chorley. All those in favor? Against? Carried. So at this, do you have a question, Deputy Mayor?
No, but I just wanted to ask, once Councillor Burkett reads the motion, his original motion plus the 2 amendments, I would like a recorded vote, please.
Okay, Mr. Larmer, I'm sure you've heard that. So back, Councillor Chorley, seconder. All in favor?
No.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
You had a question.
I have a question. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, so this is another issue I wanted to just raise with council. It's regarding.
Sorry, Councillor Chorley, is it just a question or is it going to go towards an amendment? Because right now we have 2 amendments on the floor I'd like to deal with. I'm just asking, do you just have a question or is this going to lead to another amendment?
I believe we voted already on the signage amendment. Is that right?
We did, but at some point I've got to do the amendment to the original motion.
So we've already voted on the amendments, the 2 amendments, Your Worship. So they're part of the main motion now. So the amendments are done. The main motion's been amended twice. So now we have now it's open for more amendments if need be.
Okay, that's what I'm asking, Councillor Charlie, or is it just a question of clarification to a point?
It might lead to an amendment. I'm not sure. I just wanted to raise the issue of the beach canteen. And again, as we think about the beach as a whole and how we can dissuade crowds from coming to the beach this year, at the moment, the beach canteen is closed, but I would like to put on the floor for discussion another amendment, very simply, and further that the beach canteen will remain closed for the season.
Again, I'm going back to Mr. Larmer's original point. I just want to be careful we get not too wide in our latitude that we lose sight why we call this special meeting, because we could be here all night adding on the canteen, and then we'll talk about the campground, then we'll talk about the marina, and here we go. So at this point, I'm not against, but I'm going to ask you to bring that back perhaps to another meeting if you so desire. Councillor Charlie, I want to state we've been at this for close to now 2 hours in a bit. I like to pertain it to the beach issue specifically, knowing that right now the canteen is not opened by council, so I'm not going to permit that at this time.
Mayor Henderson, can I just state that if it's not permitted at this time, I would just request that in Councillor Burkett's motion, when staff will be bringing back a report to us later in June, that some consideration is given to other amenities around the beach. The beach canteen does serve the crowd that visits the beach. And if staff could consider that issue and include some information for council's consideration, that would be helpful. And I think it would also be helpful, I just state a preference to hear some information from staff, further information on options for closing parking lots that service the beach, and also for communication channels to make sure that all of the town's communication channels, including social media and the town's main website, is utilized to inform potential visitors that Victoria Park Beach is closed for the summer. So I just wanted to state that.
Okay, by all means, and I'm sure that's listened to by Director Huswick, and I'm sure those issues can be brought forward, especially as they're being entertained or especially as an agreement comes forward to the department. So Director Huswick, I'm sure you're taking that under consideration. I'd like now to go back to Councillor Burkett, and if you could read your motion now, please.
Yes, Your Worship. I need the second amendment there, but I got the first one. So basically, action recommended the council receive the report referred from the May 11th, 2020 Committee of the Whole meeting, and the second report on bylaw enforcement statistics for information purposes, and further that council directs staff to implement the closure of Victoria Beach until August 31st, 2020, and install metal fencing barriers with emergency access points as necessary, and continue the increased enforcement at the waterfront area in order to continue to make sure residents and visitors are complying with provincial orders and complying with physical distance guidelines as set out by federal, provincial, and local health units, and further that the staff provide a further report to council at the Monday, June 22nd, 2020 Committee of the Whole meeting with any statistics of the waterfront area activities and any other areas of concern that arise due to the beach closure, and in addition, include a report how the town could reopen the beach with restricted use, along with costing estimates associated with the reopening of the beach for council approval, and further that portable washrooms, including accessible units, be set up with the number to be determined by the EOC, and for the washrooms to be cleaned and maintained twice daily.
And I can read the next amendment if that helps.
Yes,
And
thank you, Councillor Spurley.
And further, that clear signage indicating that the beach is closed will be posted on Highway 401 pending MTO approval, on arterial roads entering Cobourg, on all major approaches to Victoria Park, and around the beach itself.
Okay. Does anybody need that read again? I'm hoping not. And there was a lot of discussion and a lot of great amendments to the original motion. Any further discussion? We've had great discussion. Councillor Chorley.
I just wanted to thank Councillor Burkett for drafting this. I would also say that I think, like every other member of council has heard, really two sides of this debate. And I know that the health unit summed it up nicely when they said it's really about finding a balance between public health and safety and physical and mental well-being. And I really have heard from both perspectives. I think it is possible for us to find that balance. My preference, and I would just say, I would ask staff to consider this as they draft options for us in a few weeks' time. At the moment, I would really like to see options explored for walk-through access only, with a fence, and with those times being designated when walk-through access can take place. Because I think if we can safely give residents access to the beach, we should do so. But again, it would be great that we are able to take that time for staff to perhaps consult further with the health unit to make sure that we get this right.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And before I go to the clerk, Bernie, I'd like to thank you for being here through the whole duration. Your efforts are certainly appreciated on behalf of the health unit. Mr. Larmer, I believe, I'll go to Councillor Beatty, and then we get Mr. Larmer for the recorded vote.
I assure you, Your Worship, it's not a question. Well, I have the YouTube channel open on my other screen, and we have about 209 people watching. And I know I can't speak to it, but I'm just wondering, Your Worship, if you would consider to allow the clerk to possibly, there's some conversation happening through the comments asking why council's not addressing the questions that are coming up on the YouTube comment thread. And I'm just wondering, for the clerk, for education, for the public watching, if we could explain to those viewing on via YouTube why we can't answer those questions through a live stream. I just think it's fair for some of the thread, not to add another layer.
Okay, it is the discretion of the chair. In this case, the chair of regular council meetings is the mayor. I have to sometimes make a determination, not that these aren't important points, but the issue is when we give notice to Victoria Beach, and the whole focus has been on Victoria Beach closure or not closure, it didn't talk about amenities such as extension to canteen, campground, marina. Not that they can't be a facet, be brought back to council, but under the notice that we provided, there hasn't been due notice to the public. There hasn't been the waiting period for them to comment accordingly. If those issues are brought forward by council members, which certainly can be done in the committee of the whole, or if need be, if we feel we need another special council meeting based on urgency, then that could be done as well. So the idea of a special meeting, as Mr. Larmer indicated, is to stay within the latitude of the discussion. It reminds me very much of what we do in closed session. We have a topic in closed session. We can only speak to that topic. We can't go outside the box. So it's a determination I've made. If people feel strongly and they have comments, we certainly welcome those. They can send them to myself and any other member of council, including all members. So again, I'm sure as we go through the phases, these will come back to council for deliberation. I'm not suggesting in any way they don't come back. I'm suggesting they will, but not tonight under the special meeting directed to Victoria Beach. So with that, Mr. Larmer, back to you for the recorded vote.
Yes, Your Worship. So we have a recorded vote requested by Deputy Mayor Dagan for this meeting June 1st, a special meeting with council. So procedural bylaw number 009/2019, section 23, where a vote is required to be recorded by law or by request of a member immediately prior to or subsequent to taking of a vote. Each member that is both present and qualified to vote shall announce his or her vote openly and any failure to vote by a member who is not disqualified shall be deemed to be a negative vote, and the clerk shall record each vote in alphabetical order. When a member present requests to record a vote, all members present at the council or committee meeting must vote in alphabetical order unless otherwise provided by statute. The names of those who voted for and the names of those who voted against shall be noted in the minutes of the applicable meeting. The mayor shall announce the results of the recorded vote. So Councillor Nicole Beattie.
For.
Councillor Aaron Burkett.
For.
Councillor Adam Bureau.
For.
Councillor Emily Chorley.
For.
Councillor Brian Darling.
For.
Mayor John Henderson.
For.
Deputy Mayor Suzanne Sagan.
For.
Your Worship, 7 in favor, 0 against.
I'd like to thank council for the full support going forward. The motion is carried. And thank to all of you for a well-discussed session during our special meeting. And I'm sure we'll have more of these type of discussions in the future. And again, let me say I'd like to thank all citizens and individuals who made any kind of comment towards this process. I believe, Mr. Larmer, if I'm looking at my notes accordingly, that takes us to adjournment. And I believe, Mr. Larmer, before I call for adjournment, you'll require how much time to make both a break for us and time for you to set up for our committee of the whole?
Yes, Your Worship. So the link is already sent to council, so they can go into any time. It'll take about 20 minutes, so about 6:45.
Okay, so I call for a seconder. Councillor Burkett, all in favor? And we'll take a 20-minute break. Thank you.
Would the borrowing by Lakefront Utilities of 2.3 million to go ahead and finish up the water meter project, would that place any due hardship on either property taxes, the town of Cobourg budget, the town of Cobourg's ability to borrow, any of those issues? So it's, again, it's nothing to do with whether the replacement of the meter all in one was a good idea, whether that report is that stands on its own by Lakefront Utilities and their management and their board of directors. So again, this was an item of information purposes for council, just so that they could clarify that Lakefront was not wishing to borrow $2.3 million from the town of Cobourg, and in no way would it impact our decision. So that was again, it wasn't really a decision item as much as it was an information item for council, just to clear it off their list of requested items.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment? Councillor Darling and Deputy Mayor.
Yes, just along with Mr. Davey. I mean, we've had a lot of these issues on the unfinished business list due to the COVID. Staff has been very, very busy. The date for having it come forward was June 1st. Everybody knew that it should be coming forward on June 1st, this report. So, I mean, Mr. Davey went out of his way to get this report to us and then to turn around and defer it. What's the sense of having a date on the unfinished reports when the reports come forward and then we defer them? Thank you.
Okay, again, Deputy Mayor.
Just as a follow-up, I think we do need to stick to our procedural bylaw as close as we can. I know emergencies do come up, but Mr. Davies says it can be deferred. It certainly can be deferred as the originator of the report, and it will give all of us on council time to read this carefully, as opposed to just, with all this been going on the last few days. So I'm in favor of deferring it to the next committee of the whole.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment? Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Your Worship. While I know it was added late, I do see how I have to agree with Councillor Darling on this, that it's a continuum of information we've received in the past. I was able to read it over the weekend in addition to multiple other briefs and emails coming in, so I didn't find it too cumbersome. I do find it's on a topic, and if it was brand new business item for sure, but because if it's a continuum of information we've received, and I think there's other proponents waiting for direction on this, so I'm happy with it remaining on the agenda.
Okay, we've had enough discussion unless there's anybody else. Councillor Charlie?
I would just say that as members of council, we've probably read this report, even though it was added late to the agenda. But the reason there is the 10-day rule that every item that's added to our agenda is meant to be published 10 days in advance of the meeting is for the benefit of the public. It's a transparency and openness measure, and I think it's very important that we adhere to that as closely as possible, regardless of the state of emergency.
Okay. It's before us for the removal of item number 1. It's clear before you on your agenda. I'm going to call those all in favor. Against? The motion is defeated. The agenda item will remain as number 1. Any other comment before on any other matter? Okay, thank you. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest of members of council?
Sorry, Worship, we just have to vote on the original motion to add to the agenda.
Oh, I apologize, Mr. Larmer. The original motion? All in favor? Against? Carried. Are there disclosure of pecuniary interest members of council? Seeing none, I'd like to proceed to the Mr. Larmer to presentations.
Yes, next, Your Worship, we have presentations, and we have a presentation from the County of Northumberland regarding the Golden Plough Lodge, GPL, and Northumberland County Archives and Museum redevelopment project and update. And Your Worship, Jennifer Moore is on, and a number of other county members. I'm sure she'll reference in their presentation.
Well, Jennifer, you're no stranger to Cobourg Council chambers. I look forward to your presentation, as does council, and it looks very informative. And thank you for introducing the different guests, speakers along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Henderson. So as I think everyone can see from the presentation, we're pleased to be here this evening so that we can provide an update on the Golden Plough Lodge redevelopment project, as well as the Northumberland County Archives and Museum that'll be a component of that project. And of course, part of that is the formal request for transfer of Courthouse Road. And I think that's all hopefully information that everybody's familiar with, but we will go through in more detail just where we're at with this project. So we have been working on the redevelopment for quite a few years now. And we're now in the very final stages before we start construction. So we felt it was timely to come and give the members of Cobourg Council a thorough update. So as you know, I'm Jennifer Moore. I'm the CAO of Northumberland County. Jerry Pilon is here from Salter Pilon Architecture, and he will be my co-presenter this evening. And also on the call, we have Northumberland County staff members. We have Mo Panu, who's our Director of Transportation, Waste and Facilities, Mark McIntosh, who's our Manager of Major Projects, and Kayla Essegayer, who is our Project Engineer. They're all working on the project, and as well we have Ryan Stitt, who is with the architectural firm. So Jerry and I will do the bulk of the presenting, but of course everyone is here to answer questions if we require their assistance for some detail. The presentation, if we could have the next slide, please, Brent. The outline will just take us through a little bit of background. You'll get to see a bit of a sneak peek at what some of the design looks like. We'll talk a little bit about the schedule and outline, as well as some of our consultations with the neighbors and our next steps over the coming weeks and months. So for the next slide, please. So the history, I won't go into the history because it is very long and goes back many, many years, almost 2 centuries. There has been a facility operated on the property, and for the history buffs that are among us, I'm sure they can give you all of the details on how the site has evolved over those decades, starting out with the House of Refuge and today being a long-term care home. The new home will be built by 2022 in order to meet our funding requirements. And as many of us are aware, the county's demographics are that over a quarter of our population are over 65 years. And as our population ages, the needs and complexity of care continue to increase, and the residents that we have caring for at the home today are certainly much different than the residents that we saw only a couple of decades ago. The new Golden Plow will continue to provide our residents with high quality resident focused care. This is a philosophy of care, and this is really where all long-term care homes are moving. It's been an important part of our community for many, many years, and the new building is really critical to ensuring that we can continue to provide a safe and caring environment for our residents. Next slide, please. The Northumberland County Archives have also been in our community for a while. The county did assume the Cobourg District Historical Society Archives a few years ago. That is currently being operated out of the Cobourg Public Library. Again, as many of you probably know, that space, we're just outgrowing it. There isn't, it's not suitable anymore for the type of services that we would ideally be able to offer. We're seeing more people come in, particularly with things like genealogy and people touring around to get out to see their family history, and often that brings them into our archives. For the next slide, Brent, please. And you can see some photos in this slide. There's a lot of items that we just aren't able to display. We don't have an exhibition space in the current archives space. We don't have a lot of reading room for visitors to come in and access the resources. And we have many things that are simply not out on display and can't be accessed by the public like we would like to see with a full archives and museum facility. And the next slide, please. And this slide, I will actually turn it over to Jerry. Jerry will walk through the next few slides. As I said, it'll give you a bit of a peek into what we're proposing the new facility is going to look like, the design, and some of the details. So now I'll turn it over, Jerry, away you go.
Thanks, Jennifer. Your worship, members of council. I'm assuming I can be heard here. My intent here is to kind of go through at a high level and give you some background to the project that we've been working on with with Northumberland County. The existing facility, as you can see from the slide deck, is 151 beds, 100,000 square feet. The redevelopment project will bring this project to 180 beds with an increase in 200,000 square feet, as well as adding the archives and museum to it at a 6,000 square foot program level. One of the things that should be mentioned is that we are pursuing LEED Silver certification for the project, which is for sustainable design and energy conservation. As you can see from the slides, obviously the project's been around for a while. It was initiated in 2016, and I believe it was initially presented to the County Council in 2017. We've been on since 2018. The project itself is envisioned in 3 phases. The first phase will be the actual full construction of the new Golden Plow Lodge, Archives, and Museum. That will allow us to get the building built and commissioned, at which point we'll then decant residents from the existing GPL and move them into the new facility. We will then proceed with phase 2, which is demolition of the existing GPL as it stands today. And then once that work is done, phase 3 will be the site remediation and the campus site works as part of the overall development. Next slide, please, Mr. Larmer. I think you're familiar with the site location and where we are talking about it happening. As you can see, the existing Golden Plow Lodge resides north of the existing county headquarter building there on the site with a large green space. In the center of our site is Halcyon Place. So we are looking at a design that basically tries to envision this as part of an overall county campus facility, and looks to do what we can do to build a new facility in the multiple phases that we've alluded to, while maintaining access and services to all the other facilities that are part of the overall campus site as it currently stands. I have next slide, please. In terms of the site plan that you see before you, it tries to graphically show you what you can see as the outline for the existing GPL facility and Halcyon Place and the county admin building. So you can see just from a graphic representation what the the scale and size of the new facility is going to be. So it is rather significant at 200,000 square feet. It's a 3-story building with a lower service level. And, you know, it tries to take advantage of obviously the green space that exists now currently, and then we'll try and involve it in the phases that we've discussed previously. The visitor parking lot is to the south, north being to the top of the page here, with staff and service areas to the north. The intent, as I said, is to develop it as a campus facility. So the intent will be to have walking paths that tie themselves into the network of things with the town of Cobourg already, to allow for pedestrians to move about, as well as residents and family members on the site. And then we've also been in close contact with the neighbors as well as Halcyon Place. And, you know, we've looked at the circulation on the site, bus stop locations and things like that. So our intent will be to put the bus stop on our newly proposed internal circulation across from Halcyon Place, which we think works best on the overall site as well. Next slide, please. As mentioned, 3-story building. When you see the term RHA, that stands for Resident Home Area, which is a Ministry of Long-Term Care term, which is basically the kind of community housing grouping. So RHAs are made up of 32 residents in different groupings, which is allowed for them to have different care and supervision in their own little clusters and groups, and then those RHAs form part of the overall home. So it's basically considered a part of an overall residential community. Programmatically, you can see the bottom left corner in the slightly salmon pink color is where the archives and museum component is. It's right near the front door of the GPL. And then there is a kind of north-south spine, I guess we'll call it, which we call our main street. And there are 2 of those resident home areas that are clustered around that main street to allow for these smaller grouping and communities to be built around that. One of the units is actually designed as a special care unit, which is for a higher level of care for residents with dementia care and other issues. So we have basically also looked at how we design these clustered around these open courtyards, which is to provide access to natural light and amenity space for residents, but also to reflect upon the security requirements that the residents will have as well. And then those floor plans basically repeat themselves on level 2 and level 3. Next slide, please. This at a high level just will try and show you the different types of resident rooms. The facility itself is premised on using room types called basic rooms, semi-private rooms, and private rooms. Private rooms are self-explanatory. Semi-private rooms basically share a washroom facility, and the basic rooms share a washroom facility and an entry and vestibule, and are separated by a physical wall and then a divider curtain. So it's basically all in accordance with the current Ministry of Long-Term Care guidelines, and we're detailing to that as well. Next slide, please. This is just to give you a high-level view of the archives and museum. Once again, as stated, 6,000 square feet. The intent is to have a access point between the lobby of the Golden Plough Lodge and the Archives Museum, while maintaining independent access to the archives, but also having the opportunity for shared functions and services as needed for both residents and others that are using that facility. So it seems to work well in terms of an overall component to the project. Next slide, please. In terms of design and sustainability, I think I mentioned the project's targeting a LEED Silver designation. So this basically goes beyond the basic Ontario Building Code and Ministry of Health and county standards on energy performance. So specific attention through the design has been spent to thinking about how resident staff comfort will be addressed, as well as making sure we address the ministry guidelines. From a LEED perspective, what we're really trying to do is deal with water conservation, energy consumption, indoor air quality, dealing with recycled content, construction waste management, all those things that really add to the overall quality of the project, as well as the quality of the project as it relates to a building being put forward in a community, so that it lessens the overall energy and green footprint of the building that is being proposed. I can tell you that where we are today, the building itself has been designed and is being modeled from an energy perspective to be 19.7% more energy efficient, above and beyond the OBC and ASHRAE standards that the building code calls for, which over time is just something that is a sustainable design target that the county has advocated for, and that we've been able to implement through a series of measures, and some of them are listed there for you to see. I won't go through all of them, but it's the idea is that the building itself becomes something that we recognize that the existing GPL has been there for a long time, and we think that the energy and footprint that it's going to leave there is going to be for another 100 years, and we should be responsible for that and be cognizant of it and design responsibly, and that's what the county's asked us to do. So we've implemented a lot of those measures going forward. Next slide, please. The next few slides are just some rendering images that we've developed as the designs evolved. I guess some of them may be hard to see but in detail, but I guess the palette of materials that we're trying to use is one that's trying to initiate a sense of warmth and welcoming, which is what Golden Plough Lodge is all about. Our focus is a lot of glass and natural light, which we think is a vital part of making sure that it's a pleasant environment for residents and staff and family that visit the site. So we've got large covered portals that will allow us to have people dropped off and visit, and the buses and things like that to come by and deal with residents. You'll see green roofs that are part of our sustainable strategies. And then once again, lots of natural light with the glazing. If I could have next slide, please. This is just a different view, not the nighttime view, so it might show a little bit more. The view you're seeing is of the main access point with the main entry canopy and the front entry. And then the piece to the right is actually where it is the multi-purpose room, which is for not only meeting of residents and everyone else, but to be a shared resource for the county, which we think is important. I should also mention that one of the energy saving measures and the sustainable strategies we're doing is we actually have energy charging stations for electric vehicles. There are 5 that are part of this project as well, as part of our LEED strategy, which are just on the other side of that canopy. Next slide, please. This is just one of the courtyards, which is in between the 2 resident home areas that we looked at on the plan earlier. And the idea is that we just create lots of opportunity where residents can have views to the outside. So the spaces you're seeing in the middle there to the back of this are where dining areas actually open up and look out to a courtyard and look to the west, which we think are important just for overall resident quality of life. Next slide, please. These are the ones that are, well, quite honestly, more architect speak than anything. Elevations, I'm not sure anybody really wants to understand or knows what they are, but they basically try and tell you that the story of this is to show that on the top image on the right side is the elevation where it is at grade where the front door is for Golden Plough Lodge. And if you follow along to the left and go back, it shows where we're trying to take advantage of the grade and elevation change on the site to have a service level that comes in at the back for shipping, receiving, and things of that sort. So that's really what these drawings are intended to represent. Next slide, please. And once again, same idea, moving left to right this time, showing the gradient change of what we have and going from there. So at this point, I think I'm going to turn it back over to Jennifer, and I'll let her speak to all the other points.
Thanks, Jerry. We'll just quickly go through the next few slides, cost estimate and schedule. I know everybody always is curious about the cost. Of course, we have been sharing this already. So the cost of construction will be about 80 million. With the soft costs, it's about $100 million project. The design is being finalized. Actually, I think we're saying it is pretty much at 100% now. Just awaiting the final approval of the ministry. We've already pre-qualified the general contractors, electrical, mechanical, and structural subcontractors. This was really to try and expedite the process when we went out to tender this summer. You can see from the timeline where we're at currently. We're getting very, very close to starting construction. If all goes well, we will be out to tender in another few weeks, and then that will see us begin construction late summer, early fall. And then that will take us through to moving in by the end of 2022. And then, as we had mentioned earlier in the presentation, that will see the demolition and site works completed after that. Next slide, please. And actually, we can go to the next one as well. One of the things that we know we've had a number of conversations with staff about, and there's certainly interest, is how we have been working with our neighbors. Of course, this is a large project for the community, and it will see neighbors being impacted to different degrees. So the neighbors that we have met with is Church on the Hill, and of course we know what representative is on the call this evening. Halcyon Place, there's a retail building at 1000 Elgin Street, and there's a residence on Elgin Street. So those have all been part of our discussions very, very early on. I did have a preliminary conversation with a representative from Highland Shores Children's Aid. They said they were supportive of the project, but because the impact is very, very minimal to them simply being next door, they didn't feel that they needed to talk to us any further because they would not have any direct changes to their property at all. Next slide, please. Consultations with the town of Cobourg. Of course, this is where we started way back near the beginning. So 2017, we had started to meet with the town at a general level to talk about concept. The previous CAO, Stephen Peacock, was certainly a big part of those conversations. And then we've continued working with a number of members of town staff, and many of them are on the call tonight, that have followed through with the project and provided input along the way. And it was through one of those early conversations that we did talk about the county ownership and ultimate closure of Courthouse Road, or a portion of it. And that is now a big part of how this project can move forward. And that's been incorporated into the design with all of that collaboration. And we'll thank Mr. Peacock for that suggestion in how we could see a greater use of the campus and looking at the properties which were to the south of Courthouse Road at the time. Next slide, please. The next couple of slides, again, are very similar to some of the ones early on in the project, but just to give you a sense of the placement of the redeveloped GPL, the existing GPL, and where the neighbors are located. So you can see there where the existing building is, the county headquarters, the retail and residential property both facing onto Elgin, the street on the left-hand side, and Halcyon Place, of course, is in the very center of the overall campus property. Next slide, please. What we're proposing is that you can, of course, see the new building from the site plan that you had seen earlier. It becomes moved to the opposite side in repositioning. And you can see that in relation to Halcyon Place. You can see that this envisions that Courthouse Road is no longer there. It provides direct access to the church and retail through what is currently the west leg of Courthouse Road. And then you can see that the current residential property, which is contemplated to be redeveloped at some point in the future, it does face onto Elgin. So the next slide, please. The consultations that we've had to date, We've had a number of meetings with Church on the Hill. It is, as I'd mentioned, contemplated that there would be a driveway to Elgin. I will say that I did have a brief conversation with a representative from the church last week, and I did advise that we're still looking at other options, and we know the driveway was one of their concerns. We are contemplating an option where there could continue to be municipal county ownership of the roadway, and see if that would alleviate some of the concerns there, but still allowing them with the same access they have today. Halcyon Place, we've had a few meetings with them as well. At this point, we're working on the final legal documents with just negotiating some final items. Overall, they've indicated that in principle they're quite supportive of the project, and we're just hammering out a few details about some parking enhancements and things along those lines. But overall, we're pretty much there to an agreement. The business on Elgin, again, we've had initial meetings, and we have not had any further concerns raised by them, and we'll look to proceed with the final agreement there as well. The residents on Elgin, as I said, it's contemplated that it'll be redeveloped at some point in the future. We have come to an agreement in principle with some final negotiations on how we envision an entrance in the future. But other than that, pretty much agreed with how the project will impact their property. Next slide, please. This is a rough reference plan. And I will say for the staff participating, we received the final reference plan at 5 p.m. today. So that will be forwarded shortly. I see I got a smile out of Glenn with that one. So it is on its way. We have just received it, but this gives you a bit of an orientation. I know it's small on the screen, but you can see how it is proposed that there will be easements as necessary and legal agreements put in place, so that everyone retains full access and legal right to that access to their property in the future. Next slide, please. So the submission status, as was mentioned earlier, we have submitted the design on a couple of occasions now to the Ministry of Long-Term Care. We're waiting on the second set of formal comments. We believe that's imminent, that we will receive those. All of the previous comments have been addressed in the current design. So we're hoping with the COVID and working from home, I think there's been a bit of time in getting response back from ministry staff, but they've been very cooperative, and we anticipate that we should have that very soon. As I mentioned, we've been working quite closely with the town of Cobourg as well, and we're working on revising our drawings as per the second set of formal comments that we received as part of the site plan reviews. Things have been very collaborative there and progressing, and my understanding is that most of those items have been sorted out, with just a few minor ones that will be ironed out shortly. Next steps will be to finalize again as we get that ministry approval, and of course site plan approval from the town. As I mentioned, finalizing ownership of Courthouse Road as is contemplated in the site plan is part of the reason for this evening's presentation. We hope that we will follow shortly thereafter with tender for the project construction, and we'll continue over the next number of weeks to finalize the relationship with neighbors as it will impact them, and make sure that we are minimizing those impacts as much as we can, and see this move forward for the summer construction. And we'll go with the final slide, please. This is the contact information. You can see Mark McIntosh is the project manager. We do have an email set up for the project, and there is a web page with updates so that we can continue to share information with, of course, the resident families and the broader community. And before I wrap up, there has been a lot of attention on long-term care homes in the media over the last couple of weeks in particular, and certainly throughout the entire pandemic. And the current staff at the Golden Paw Lodge have done a fabulous job. They really have done just fabulous to keep our residents safe and comfortable throughout what's been a very difficult time. But when we go through an event like this, it really does highlight the need for a new building and for that building to be redeveloped. The new design certainly incorporates many things that make it much easier to react and respond during this type of an outbreak or a lockdown situation as it might be for our residents. So we've certainly experienced firsthand just how critical it is that we do redevelop this project and see it move forward. And it's more than ever we can see that the need for that. So that finalizes our comments. And of course, both Jerry and I and the rest of the team would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Questions from members of council? Starting with Councillor Charlie.
Thank you both for the presentation. I think the design looks really attractive. The question I had was really about the impact of the pandemic on long-term care homes. Do you anticipate any changes from the ministry in terms of guidelines for the design of this facility in reaction to the way long-term care homes have been devastated by COVID-19? I'm just looking at the design of the rooms. I see there's a lot of shared rooms, for example, whether there's video conferencing equipment so that residents can stay in touch with loved ones if there's any kind of a lockdown, ventilation systems. I'm just wondering, are you anticipating changes coming out of the lessons learned from COVID-19?
We've actually, through you, Mayor Henderson, we've actually had a number of those conversations over the last few days, that's certainly been top of mind. The new building certainly, I think, addresses many of the challenges that we have had to adapt to in the existing building. Even where there is a room that is shared, there's certainly a lot more space and the ability to isolate residents if need be. I think Jerry may be able to speak to some of the other more specific, like ventilation, that sort of thing. Video conferencing, I think that we do need to be aware of the health and cognitive ability of some of our residents. And a new building will have much more technology incorporated into it. But there's also a lot of other features that are able to keep residents comfortable, entertained, and active in the event of a lockdown. So maybe, Jerry, you have a little more to add on the particular design or vents or that sort of thing.
Sure, I'm happy to do so. I think one of the things we should mention is that the building is designed as a brand new state-of-the-art long-term care facility. So it has all of that infrastructure and everything available to ensure that residents have the ability to be connected and with family and everything else should something like this come out in the future. I think the other thing I'd like to mention, though, is that early on in this process, in discussions with the county, there was a conscious decision made to standardize the resident room areas and make sure that there wasn't a real discrepancy between the resident areas between basic, semi-private, and private, and the ability for this building to be able to adapt and modify itself to add additional separation and, over time morph into more private rooms and things like that can be done quite easily based on the steps and the decisions the county has made to this point. So I think from that perspective, I think we're in a good position with the design that's been put forward with the ministry. In terms of air handling and systems and everything else, we meet and exceed all of the criteria for air handling systems, air exchanges per hour, all of those things that are required to a healthcare standard. There is a CSA standard and guidelines for all that work that we will exceed as part of our overall design. So I'm confident that what's being built here and promoted by the county is something that will be a state-of-the-art facility that will more than address those concerns going forward in the future. And it's probably going to be a welcome addition to the county for sure.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Burrell.
Thank you, Your Worship. And also thank you to the county. This is such a great building and definitely needed. Definitely the extra beds. And what I do like, especially, is the sustainability part of it. if I heard correctly, it was 47% above the provincial standards. Is that correct? I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that to bring back to the committee. Is that anybody?
I'll leave that to Jerry to clarify.
Through you, Your Worship, what I'd like to say is what we are is the building from an energy consumption point of view, energy conservation, is 19.7% more energy efficient beyond the OBC requirements and ASHRAE standards from the current code, which overall means, yes, you're getting closer to like a 40% standard, but it's 19.7% beyond the ASHRAE and OBC standards.
Thank you for that. Can I do a follow-up, please?
Haynes, I don't see another hand. Go ahead.
Next, the places that you're in consultation with, the Church on the Hill and so on and so forth, are they gonna be on board with this before you actually start the project?
Jennifer, are you taking that? Okay.
Yes, I will. Yes, that's why we have been having meetings with them. The intent is that we would be able to finalize those before the start of construction. We're hoping to go, as I said, to tender in another few weeks. It'll take a number of weeks to get the tender submitted, reviewed, and awarded. So we're hoping through the summer that we will finalize agreements with each one of those neighboring properties. Like I said, most of them are very close, and we've been working hard to make sure that we can address the concerns of all of them as much as we possibly can and continue with the project. So yes, we're hoping that through the summer, before the start of construction, we'll have been able to come to terms with everyone.
Okay. And if not?
If not, then I think that becomes again negotiating. There's to move forward. We're hoping that it's a bit of give and take, and that none of the neighbors would look to go through a mechanism such as the courts, where they could try and prevent such an important community project. We hope that everyone understands there will be some impact. We're trying to minimize that, or in some way compensate for those impacts as much as we possibly can, so that it is fair for everyone. Understanding it'll be a change in some cases for the neighbors, but hopefully they'll see benefits in other ways.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I'm looking around, members of council. Councillor Chorley.
For my own understanding, I was wondering if you could explain why the old Golden Plough building couldn't be renovated or expanded, and why you decided to opt for a new facility instead. And also, in terms of the destiny of the old building being demolished, can you just explain why you chose to demolish it? I have heard from residents who've suggested that it could perhaps be repurposed into some kind of housing, or possibly affordable housing. Can you explain why you chose not to pursue those options?
All of those options have been reviewed and considered over time. The current building, as was mentioned, it simply reached end of life. So there have been cost estimates done on what it would take to bring that building up to today's standard with respect to HVAC, electrical, all of those functions that are important to the building. The costs were very, very substantial. And then we would still be left with an old building with a layout and those sorts of things that simply don't meet today's standards. So the ministry has very specific guidelines, the size of the rooms and the configuration, the number of residents in a resident home area, and so on. They simply don't meet today's standard. And with the way the current building has been built over the years, it was an original structure with a wing added, a wing taken down, another wing added. So it doesn't have the flow, it doesn't have the functionality that a current modern long-term care home would have. So to repurpose as a long-term care home or simply upgrade would be cost prohibitive, and we still would not reach the standards that we need. It would also have meant that residents would have been displaced during that period of construction. So that one simply didn't function. When we looked at the construction of the building, there's the 3 main wings right now. Each wing was built in a different era with a different type of construction. Most of those types of construction, if we were to start to renovate and try and turn that into some sort of housing unit, in some cases it's simply not possible because it's load-bearing walls for very small rooms. You would not be able to, in any cost-effective way, try and turn that into affordable housing. And again, it'd be a very old building that wasn't designed for that purpose. The costs of it would be extensive. And we didn't feel that it was the best use of taxpayer dollars to try and take something, the age of the plow and the different methods of construction and try and repurpose it. We've looked at other properties. You know that have already announced that we intend to redevelop our housing and trying to intensify at Darcy and Elgin, and looking at other properties where it's more suitable to try and use county properties for affordable housing rather than take the old GPL and try and force fit it into something that it was really never intended to be.
Okay, thank you. Any other Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Jennifer, just looking at the increase of beds by only 29, yet the square footage has doubled. I know there's a big need with the demographics in not only Cobourg, but Northumberland. What was the decision, I guess, in the past years to only increase by 29? I know you're limited by what the ministry says you can increase your population. And a follow-up to that is, how does one get on the list to get those extra 29 beds? Not that I'm on the list just yet, but you know, the 151, I'm guessing you're at capacity now, but I'm just wondering that seems like such a small number when you're doubling your size.
So I will go through, there's a bit of a story and a history there. Yes, we are certainly at capacity. We do have all 151 beds are filled, and there is a wait list, like most long-term care homes. We don't administer our own wait list. That comes through the what was the LIN. You know, of course, they're going through their restructuring there, but that is managed externally to us, and we're certainly we are advised which residents are coming into our home next, and there is a process for that. So we don't get to pick who's the 29 beds. It is a running joke about how you do get to pick at which room you want, but knowing full well that none of us really get to do that. The 29 beds, there is some logic behind moving to a 180 bed facility. The recommendation and guidelines from the ministry are that maximizing your resident home area is 32. So this is 5 times 32. And then the other 20 beds is for our secure unit, where there is the enhanced security, and that's typically where those with dementia and other mental health challenges would be located. So that's how we get up to the 180. That is really to maximize how we can deploy staff, how you can orient shared dining rooms and have those mirrors and that sort of thing. So it works out to the total of 6 resident home areas. If we were going to further increase size, we would have had to apply in additional increments of 32 in order to, again, maximize staffing. And that would have seen our home expand quite dramatically. And you have to weigh the pros and cons to losing that sense of how you manage your home, the feeling of home versus an institution, and how we wanted that to feel for our residents and the resident families. So that was really balancing that and how we landed at the 180. And then, of course, the ministry did have to approve that request for 29 beds. And there is some discussion about whether beds are allocated to municipalities, nonprofits, or private sector homes. And of course, the ministry balances that as well. The size, that's really, you know, Jerry could assist with more detail, but largely the scope of the facility and what the ministry guidelines are today are quite different than what they were when the current home is built. So the space per resident room, what's required for common areas for dining and lounge facilities, what we need for storage and those sorts of things that we don't have adequately in the current facility, resident activity areas and all those sorts of things. So all of that is what's led to the additional square footage.
Thanks very much.
Any other questions, members of council? Seeing none, Jennifer and Jerry, thank you very much for an informative presentation. Mr. Larmer, back to you.
Yes. Next, Your Worship, we have a delegation, Reverend Dr. Ewan Butler, lead pastor from Church on the Hill, regarding discussion on the proposed changes to Courthouse Road, the County of Northumberland, specifically the impact of Church on the Hill, its congregation, and others. I'm just going to invite him in to make sure. Okay. There he is.
Okay, Reverend Butler, welcome to Cobourg Council in a virtual format. We look forward to your delegation.
Thank you, Your Worship, for inviting me or allowing me to make a brief presentation. First of all, I'm Reverend Ewan Butler, lead pastor at Church on the Hill, used to be called Glad Tidings Church. And we've had some time and some discussions over the last 2 or 3 years, and a long time to consider some of the impact of this wonderful facility. I mean, impressive facility that I'm sure we all look forward to seeing. But we do have some concerns, being the most westerly neighbor, I guess. Courthouse Road, as most of you know, or some of you would know, is a shape of a crescent with entrances meeting Elgin Street on a hill. Both entrances have inclines. The steepest on the west entrance, close to the church, and the east, of course, by the county building, is less steep. So over time, the county's plans to rebuild the Golden Plough have evolved, and road access and traffic flow proposals have changed significantly since the beginning of the project. The county's most recent plan divides Courthouse Road into 2 unconnected driveways. These driveways would not be official roads. The plan shows the top of the hill being used for guest parking spaces. The major concern that we have, and all of our people would have, would be it creates serious safety and traffic flow concerns for the folks who attend the church, and for those who use our facility, and potential financial and legal liability issues for the church. What essentially happens is that the church ends up with one way in and one way out, and that's not the end of the world, except it's on a steeply graded hill which exits onto a very busy street. Now, our church, our sanctuary, has a capacity of 350 people. Sunday attendance is around 200, and midweek family night is attended by a good portion of that 200. Special events, concerts, funerals, weddings, sometimes put us near capacity. And we have support groups and not-for-profit groups who use our building for meetings. And so traffic flow and driver safety is a big concern. Here's what happens and what has happened over the years. It's very common for drivers, and I'm not sure what the percentage would be, but it would be quite high, to opt for the east entrance to follow the crescent around to the church, coming from the, particularly coming from the west, because of the availability of the left turn lane on Elgin Street. And this lane offers drivers a safe place to pause when traffic is heavy and when winter conditions are at their worst. With the current plan, we would lose the option of entering Courthouse Road using that left lane. And as I said, during the winter, drivers often choose the east entry for safety reasons. The grade is less steep, and of course for traction and things like that. Also, you know, we've been used to Courthouse Road being well maintained. It receives priority snow clearing, and we're on a bus route. And because we share a road with the Golden Plough, where accessibility is essential. And this would be lost if cut off from the rest of the street. And so concerns for safety arise, considering driving conditions and exiting and so on. And let me just say here to clarify that the left turn coming out, the west entrance to Courthouse Road is increasingly becoming difficult And for me as leader, it's sometimes given me nightmares to think of all the left turning traffic making that exit going east, coming out of the building on a Sunday morning or any time when you have a funeral or anything of that sort. So retaining 2 exits would ensure a more orderly evacuation of our parking lot, particularly in the case of back-to-back events, funerals, and so on, and particularly in case of a fire or other emergency. And we're concerned as well that, you know, we have neighboring business that would share the church's only entry and exit route. And then oftentimes this business receives deliveries by truck, intermittently transports try to navigate the road or back into unload, making it impossible to bypass them. That doesn't happen every day, but it does happen. And so being occasionally blocked in should not be an option, particularly in case of an emergency. And it's important to note that the county's original proposal ensured, up until last year, ensured a second exit for the church. It would have been to the north of our property, and that proposal, with some of the revisions, has been withdrawn. So in a letter we wrote to county in March, we asked that they consider their plans to close Courthouse Road, and this was our rationale. Leaving Courthouse Road as it is in the shape of a crescent would accomplish the following: the preservation of our local history by retaining Courthouse Road, historical road going back to 1807, home of the old courthouse and so on. No address change for those on the street, businesses, senior residents, church and county would not have to go to the expense nor the administrative load of changing addresses. No one on the hill would lose that second exit, which is a little bit of a lifeline. There would be no concerns about being blocked in, etc. Drivers who may be looking for a shortcut could be informed with proper signage that there's no throughway with directional arrows diverting traffic to continue on the crescent back to Elgin Street. The road would continue to be county maintained, and as a result, there'd be no loss of services, no downloading of cost to the church, which operates, of course, on donations. Concerns, including snow clearing, maintenance, infrastructure, and so on and so on. The ownership scenario that the county proposed would mean that the plowing, maintenance, infrastructure, liability, insurance would be the responsibility of the church. This was the most recent discussion. However, it is true, just within the past few days, I spoke with CIO Jennifer Moore on the phone. She informed me that the county is willing, as she said earlier, to relooks at some of those concerns. But still, the overriding concern is still the traffic flow and safety and accessibility. And so, to conclude, let me just say this. It seems to us that the county can have both the exiting west and east exits of Courthouse Road and guest parking for the Golden Plow. Our church has served our community for 85 years, 43 of those on Courthouse Road. It's a necessity that we retain 2 exits because of the elevation in order to ensure safer traffic flow and well-maintained access for our senior drivers, young people, neighbors, and other community groups. So as you analyze the details of the Golden Plow site plan, we ask that you ensure that those using Courthouse Road will maintain the historical access that has been provided these many years. It's our hope that you will advocate on our behalf and on behalf of those from the town of Cobourg who attend Church on the Hill and its facilities. It seems possible to us that this project could still accommodate those 2 exits in the interest of safety and traffic control, and so we trust to your goodwill. And let me just say one other thing. The rebuilding of the Golden Plow is going to result in a greater portion of the hill being now owned by Northumberland County, but Church on the Hill will still be part of the town of Cobourg. And so the traffic flow, road safety, access concerns, particularly with increasing traffic flow on Elgin Street, will affect the town of Cobourg and its people at a very busy intersection, a very busy section of Elgin Street. And so what was becoming a growing safety issue with that west exit is now going to be exacerbated significantly. And so I'm bringing these issues to you on behalf of our church, to you, Mr. Mayor, and the council to ensure that they're considered before the final site plans are approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions, clarification, members of council? Okay, seeing none. Again, Reverend, thank you very much for taking time out of your night. Mr. Larmer?
Thank you very much.
Yes, Your Worship.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Sorry, Your Worship. We're now moving into delegation actions.
And I believe would that go to our deputy mayor? Or would that go under roads? Ownership, general government?
Are you looking to me, Your Worship?
Yes, I am.
I would say planning and development.
Okay,
It's you to decide.
that's fine. Planning development, Councillor Beatty.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a short recommended action, assuming that it was under planning and development. So the action recommended is that council receive the delegation for information purposes, and further that a copy of the delegation and the Church of the Hill concerns be forwarded to Northumberland County and County Council for their reference for future discussion.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Darling?
Yes, if I could I just ask that Councillor Beatty add that they also forward a copy of it to our planning committee to make sure they have a copy, so when they look at the site plan and everything. Thank you.
Are you comfortable with that, Councillor Beatty? I'm assuming you would be.
Yes, absolutely. If I may, Councillor Darling, you're referring to PDAC.
Yes.
I do see that. I may ask Glenn to comment, or sorry, my apologies, Director McGlashan to comment on that, if I may, Your Worship.
Director
Yes,
McGlashan?
Thank you very much. Just for clarity, that this is a site plan application that does not go to Planning and Development Advisory, as it already has existing zoning approvals. So it would be a council approval of the site plan application.
So bearing that in mind, then Councillor Darling, because it won't be received by PDAC, are you okay for me to omit that from the motion?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that Mr. McGlashan with the site plan had a copy of the concerns so it could be addressed.
Director McGlashan?
If you may wish to amend that, just to send it to the development review team, which includes Public Works, Planning, and other agencies, so they can all review.
That sounds like a wonderful idea. Thank you.
And Councillor Beatty, you're comfortable with that amendment to your motion?
Yes.
Or your delegation action, sorry?
Yes.
Thank you. If you
Would
could
you
read
like
it
me
once
to?
more for us.
Yes, I may. Action recommended is that council receive the delegation for information purposes, and further that a copy of the delegation and the concerns as outlined by Church on the Hill be forwarded to Northumberland County, County Council, and the Town of Cobourg's Development Review Team for their reference.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Mr. Larmer, we're off to you again.
Your Worship, next we have General Government Services in the agenda, and Deputy Mayor, Chair Deputy Mayor Sagan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Or sorry, thank you, Mr. Larmer. Just about gave you a raise there. The first item under general government is a memo from the interim chief administrative officer, treasurer, regarding the Victoria Hall sandstone and front door repairs. The action recommended that council award the Victoria Hall sandstone and front doors repair tender CO 20-17 MNT to Colonial Building Restoration Limited in the amount of $275,000 plus non-refundable HST in the amount of $4,840 for a total of $279,840. I'll take any questions from members of council on this report. Councillor Darling.
Thank you. A question through to Mr. Davey. I noticed in this report that the second lowest bidder is being recommended, and the lowest bidder, I understand, didn't submit all of the requirements. I think it was insurance that was missing, but I also noted that there were invited bids, and yet the lowest bidder was ruled out as being perhaps not as qualified as Colonial Building Restoration. Could you just explain how that worked? Why with invited bids would another bidder be then considered not able to carry out the renovation?
Mr. Davy?
Yes, through the deputy mayor to Councillor Chorley. You're correct. It was through an invited process. The architects, engineering firm Fishburne Sheridan did select, excuse me, 6 contractors that were invited to bid on it. This was our second time at tendering this project, and you can see that their recommendation is that based on the body of work that these 2 firms have completed in prior years, that their recommendation is the bid from Colonial, that be the accepted one. We have tremendous experience using Colonial in the past on Victoria Hall, and it's just that's both the consultant and our own recommendation is that Colonial is the better qualified to do the work.
Any follow-up, Councillor Charlie? No? Okay.
No, I have looked at Colonial's website, and the projects that they've contributed to are pretty extraordinary, so I can appreciate that.
Any other questions from members of council? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item is a memo from the interim chief administrative officer, treasurer, regarding the unfinished business item, the radio frequency meter replacement program. The action recommended that council receive the report from the interim chief administrative officer, excuse me, treasurer, for information purposes. I'll take any questions from members of council. Councillor Darling?
Yes, in regard to this, I've asked Mr. Larmer to look up the report from Mr. Derek Paul of Lakefront Utilities, just to refresh all the council's mind on regard to that issue. I've just asked if Mr. Larmer would forward an email copy of Mr. Paul's report, the answers to the CTA's questions in regard to the water meters. And I'm thinking, if I recall right, that Mr. Paul's answers were forwarded to the questionnaires. I confirm that with Mr. Larmer.
Mr. Larmer?
Through you, Madam Chair, members of council. Basically, I've just forwarded council the response. So at the January meeting, Lakefront Utilities, Derek Paul did provide some comments following the delegation from the Cobourg Taxpayers Association. For that was requested that submission be in written form and be added to correspondence, which came on the February council meeting, which council received as correspondence relating to his comments that were at the actual meeting in January. I think it was January 3rd. I have to see that, but yes.
Thank you, Mr. Larmer. I see Adam Giddings has joined us. Do anybody have any questions for Mr. Giddings while he's here? Councillor Darling?
I'd just like to ask, seeing Mr. Giddings is kind enough to join us, if he has any updates on the budgeting or better interest rates or any information that maybe some sort of an update on this issue.
I don't have too much of an update. I believe the interest rates with Infrastructure Ontario have decreased. I mean, this report was prepared about a year ago, so based on the current economic environment, I know speaking with Infrastructure Ontario last week, I believe their interest rate has decreased quite a bit.
Follow up, Councillor Darling? No.
No, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Giddings? I would ask Mr. Davies, this is just being accepted for information purposes, no decisions made tonight. Can I get a time frame as to when this will actually be coming to council for discussion and decisions?
I don't have that information. I'm just following up on completing my end of the requirements.
And well done it was. So thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. The third item under general government is a memo from the municipal clerk, manager of legislative services, regarding advisory meetings and quasi-judicial boards participation through electronic meetings. The action recommended that council receive the report from the municipal clerk, manager of legislative services for information purposes, and further that municipal council allow all advisory committees and quasi-judicial boards to be permitted to participate electronically via teleconferencing, video conferencing pursuant to the recent amendments of the town's procedural bylaw. When required, although council direction for input on a matter is an alternative way to engage and continue to perform advisory committee duties to assist the municipal council decision-making during the COVID-19 pandemic, public health, provincial and local state of emergency. I'll take any questions from members of council. Pretty straightforward. Councillor Torling.
First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Larmer for helping to move this forward, because I think it's very important that we get our advisory committees up and running, since we do have the technology to do that. I have a very quick question for the clerk. On page 5, you state that advisory committee meetings will be scheduled as needed with ample and a consistent amount of public notice provided. Could you just clarify how much notice you are planning on providing?
Through you, Madam Chair, to member council. So typically we try to put public notices as much as we can forward on these items, and usually typically it'll be 48 hours prior to the meeting. I've separated kind of two parts to these. I've separated the non-statutory committees, advisory committees, and more of a strategic plan and other areas of recommendation that council would like to see in advisory committees that have been implemented. So, for example, Transportation Advisory Committee, Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, Sustainability and Climate Change Advisory Committee have been separated from Accessibility, Cobourg Heritage, and Planning and Development Advisory Committee, all to meet on an as-needed basis. So a couple things is that what I placed in the motion is that those committees I've just separated out, the first one, so Transportation, Sustainability, Parks and Rec, would meet when council provides direction on certain items to meet. So kind of suspend the regular process of meeting on a monthly basis. So when that direction or that council is motion or recommendation is forwarded, right away we'll try to do the public notice period. And I'm recommending at least 2 weeks. And the reason for that is that we're using an electronic Zoom application process. So it sometimes can be hard to navigate the public, this new way of doing things. These meetings are not streamed live like regular council meetings, the ones I've talked about. So what we'll have to do is provide enough notice of how the public can participate, because these are still public open meetings and the public should be able to participate in them and listen and request delegation status. So we will make sure we communicate that as much as we can. Because we don't have the capacity to someone just drop in physically and see them. Not always do they see the notification or that public notice or these meetings being streamed, and because they're not being held in a regular time. I think it's important for extended notice period for these meetings for that public can, but also we will record them and put them on our website. That way the public could see them. This will be something that we'll have to make sure all members are comfortable with. They are public meetings, they're different than that, but that's how we would treat them. In regards to the Planning Advisory Committee, as well as the Heritage Advisory Committee, Accessibility, these are kind of statutory. They have their own processes for timelines and meetings that the Director of Planning Development and their staff do mostly. So those would be situated on applications received and their processes going forward. But again, it wouldn't be a monthly basis, it'd be at the call of that. I think it might be important to know is that we'll provide as much notice to council too when these meetings are done. And I think the public will see now we've incorporated in our committee of the whole meeting agendas the minutes of these meetings, which is helpful too for people that are seeing that. And that will continue on as well. But there will be a training process going forward on this. I did canvass a lot of our committee members, and they're really eager to get going and participate. So they understand, though, with the climate that it's kind of an necessary basis. So we have talked to everyone, and they all are willing to use the video conference and understand it. There's a couple that will be using the telephone, so there'll be some training processes. So this is approved. I'll meet with all the chairs and all the secretaries, and we'll go through best practices and how to go through it, so they'll be ready when they're called upon. As regards to the quasi-judicial, they have their own timelines and processes that they use. So that, again, that's through the planning and development department and the director. So committee of adjustment, for example, they're totally separate. Quasi-judicial make decisions on their own. So they have their own notice period. You see that one just went out from the planning department. So those are a little bit different. These are public hearings. So we actually will include in the notice, which is statutory notice, which the director can provide a little more update, but we've actually included the Zoom link as well as the meeting password, as well as the application for those in the public, and they'll be in the paper, can choose to come and hear that application, and they can participate at the meeting. So there's a little difference between the two there. Those will also be put up to YouTube and streamed live as well. So that'll be a good process, because with those meetings, people or individuals that want to make a representation or comment will have the ability to watch it live and then actually access the meeting if they wanted to at the time of the agenda, or when the meeting's in process. We had to give them the ability to do that. So director can comment a little bit more on the quasi-judicial, but it's going to be our first shot at it, but I think it'll work fine, because these council meetings, we've been doing the exact same thing. The only other part of that is that people would be able to join in during the meeting actually on, and we've given that notice to them as well. So I hope that answered your question, a little long-winded, but I think it's important, these new electronic participation, that we give a lot more notice than what we've done prior, and the agendas are out a lot earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Larmer. That was an excellent overview. Did you have anything to add, Director McGlashan?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Brent has, Mr. Larmer has summarized that quite well. Mr. Larmer and I have been in consultation with each other and other municipalities throughout the county and other jurisdictions. And we feel that holding the quasi-judicial committee meetings as close to council in terms of style, format, Zoom notifications and such is the way to go. And like Mr. Larmer indicated, our notices will include all of the Zoom contact information, not only web, but call in and passwords and such on them. So that's, again, very statutory, and we're actually just given timelines for when the newspaper is published and the mail, considering that the mail is maybe a little slower than usual. We're adding about approximately 1 week onto mail outs, just to add to the time to give people a chance to register if they wish, or at least be aware of the meeting and tune in live. So that's that aspect. In terms of planning, development, and heritage, we typically have the agenda posted, published publicly at least 5 to 7 days in advance of the meeting. So there's certainly ample time for seeing what's on the agenda and contacting the secretary if they wish to attend. But, that summarizes it, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. McGlashan. Any other questions from members of council? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you.
I believe we're off through Mr. Larmer to planning and development with Councillor Beatty.
Yes, Your Worship.
There, sorry, just finding my button. Thank you very much, Your Worship. Just a note to council, you will have noticed that Mr. McGlashan had updated his report, his staff report, which was sent out a few days ago. However, there was a slight revision to the recommended action that wasn't replicated on the agenda. So I will be reading the recommended action under 2.0 in the staff report. This was published to the public, and council has received this, and you should have reviewed it. So I will be reading the recommended action from section 2.0, which goes from page 1 to page 2 on the director's report. I am just going to pull up my split screen. Please bear with me. So item number 1 is a memo from the Director of Planning and Development regarding a request for deferral of a building permit fees and development charges for Affordable Housing Solutions Corporation for 82 Monroe Inc., number 2512464 Ontario Street Inc. at 82 Monroe Street. The recommended action recommended is that Council receive the report from the Director of Planning and Development for information purposes, and further that Council approve the request by Affordable Housing Solutions Corporation, 82 Monroe Inc., 2512464 Ontario Inc., for a 5-year deferral of applicable building permit fees and development charges in the amount of $436,233.95 for the 35-unit market and affordable rental building located at 82 Monroe Street, and further that Council endorse the attached bylaw to authorize the Mayor and Clerk to execute a deferral agreement with Affordable Housing Solutions Corporation, 82 Monroe Inc., 2512464 Ontario Inc., subject to the finalization of applicable terms and conditions by municipal staff as specified in this report. And further that Council directs staff to prepare a report with a recommendation regarding the recent changes to the Development Charges Act, my apologies, as amended by Bill 108, the More Homes, More Choice Act 2019 for Council's consideration. Any questions or comments from members of Council? Councillor Chorley.
I was wondering if Mr. McGlashan could just clarify, just to make sure that my understanding is correct. Under the new act, Council has the option of charging interest on deferred development charges. Am I right in understanding that the draft bylaw we're being asked to approve, it doesn't include any interest charges? And I know that's a little bit tricky because part of this motion is that we will be asking you or staff for an update to help us understand those changes in that act. But is that correct, that this bylaw wouldn't be charging any interest?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Chorley. Yes, the proposal would be to not charge interest on this particular application, given it is aligning with Council's strategic plan objectives for the provision of affordable and rental housing. And it does certainly have merits to waive or at least not charge that interest in this particular case. Moving forward with the changes to the Development Charges Act, there are a great number of items that Council will certainly want to be aware of, in particular charging new community benefits charges for soft services. And that's a separate issue entirely, but certainly one that warrants some attention. And also just moving forward in future applications or requests for deferrals, it's important for Council to be aware of that, for different types of applications, there may be areas where interest could be charged or certain amounts of consideration be imposed for deferrals. So that's really for generally moving forward for Council to consider in the event that we'll get more requests for deferrals, which I think we might. But this particular application, Councillor Chorley, is proposed to not charge interest.
Apologies, I can't keep up with my mute button. Thank you, Director McGlashan. Councillor Chorley, I believe I saw your hand up for a subsequent question.
Just a quick follow-up question through to Mr. McGlashan. Do you think that the consultants who are working on the affordable housing CIP will be able to also provide us with some input or guidance on whether we utilize that option of charging interest when deferring development charges?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Chorley, certainly that can be something raised with the consultants. What we've done in the past when implementing CIPs, for instance, the downtown, is that interest is not charged on these particular applications as well. It's a similar situation under the CIP. So really that's a part and parcel of the affordable housing strategy, is to reduce as much of the burden and obstacles as possible, and facilitate the the provision of affordable housing in an economically viable manner. But certainly we can raise that at your request, Councillor Chorley, and certainly their financial people as part of that process can respond to.
Thank you to both the director and Councillor Chorley. Councillor Darling?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Beatty. I just wondered, Mr. McGlashan, with a deferral for the 5 years, if I missed it in the report, at the end of the report, is it due, the full amount due at the 5 years, or after 5 years, are they put on a payment plan over another number of years?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Darling. So the full amount of the deferral would be payable after the 5 years. The 5 years would be, the clock would start ticking 5 years following occupancy, which we are assuming would be approximately upwards of a year before occupancy of this building occurs. So, and technically it would be 6 years from today, but the full amount would be payable. There would be no further deferrals or installments after that. As you could see in the report under the Development Charges Act section, that affordable and rental housing providers right now are allowed a statutory, actually a mandatory statutory installment plan over 6 years. And again, in that situation, municipalities may charge interest on it. So again, that's something for future consideration in the upcoming report as part of the recommendation moving forward. You'll also notice that the provincial government in that act allowed for a 21-year installment plan for nonprofit affordable housing projects, which again, you may charge interest, but again, for the sake of economic viability, and typically when dealing with affordable housing and rental housing, some consideration for relief from all fees and charges, including interest, are a major consideration.
Thank you, Mr. McGlashan.
Thank you to you both. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Seeing none, voting on the recommended action read from the staff report. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, it's carried. Thank you very much. Moving along to item number 2 is a memo from the Director of Planning and Development regarding an application for site plan approval for the development agreement at 1111 Elgin Street West, Cobourg for Trinity Northumberland Inc., Trinity Development Group. The action recommended is that Council receive this report for information purposes, and further that Council authorize the preparation of a bylaw to be endorsed and be presented to Council for adoption at a regular Council meeting, to authorize the Mayor and the Municipal Clerk to execute a development agreement with Trinity Northumberland Inc., Timber Creek Mortgage Servicing Inc., and Lakefront Utility Services Inc. for the development of a 930-meter squared multi-unit commercial freestanding building and associated parking, service, and driveway facilities at 1111 Elgin Street West, Northumberland Mall, subject to the finalization of details by municipal staff and applicable agencies. And further that Council authorize the preparation of a bylaw to be endorsed and be presented to Council for adoption at a regular Council meeting to remove the holding H symbol from the subject development lands. Any questions or comments from members of Council? Okay. Seeing none, calling a vote on the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, carried. Thank you very much. And finally, item number 3 is a memo from the Senior Planner of Heritage regarding, memo from the Planner of Heritage regarding the 2nd Street Rainbow Crosswalk, Cobourg. The action recommended is that Council approve the Heritage Permit Application HP 2020-010 as submitted by Lori Wills on behalf of the corporation of the town of Cobourg, and that this approval apply on an ongoing annual basis, otherwise terminated by council, municipal council. I would like to thank Lori Wills, Ms. Wills, Director Wills, for submitting the permit for ongoing future approval for the town, as I believe this has become an important part of our Pride commemoration and celebration. Any questions or comments from members of council before I call the vote? No, straightforward. Thank you very much. All in favor of the motion? Opposed? Seeing none, it's carried. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
You're welcome. To Public Works Services with Councillor Darling.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a memo from the manager of the Environmental Services regarding the pump replacement at the McGill Street pumping station. And the action recommended the council approve the purchase of a new xylem pump at the McGill pumping station at a cost of $86,634, including non-refundable HST, to be funded by the approved 2020 Environmental Services capital budget. Is there any questions in regard to this issue? I don't have everybody on my screen. Yes, Deputy Mayor. Your speaker's not on.
Just a quick clarification, Councillor Darling, you said 86,634 and I'm seeing 834.
Sorry, Mr. Larm, if you can put that up again.
You read 86,634.
86,834. Okay,
Yeah.
if I read 6, that was my error, my apology.
Okay. No problem. That's it.
Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Everybody's opposed, if any? None. Motion's carried. Action's carried. The second is a memo from the manager of Environmental Services regarding a new makeup air handling unit in the Headworks building at Water Pollution Control Plant number 2, also known as WPCP 2. The action recommended the council approve the purchase and installation of a new makeup air unit in the Headworks building at WPCP 2 at a cost of $65,465, including non-refundable HST, to be funded by the approved 2020 capital budget, Environmental Services. Do you have any questions regarding this issue? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Darling. We're off to Parks and Recreation with Councillor Chorley.
Thank you, Mayor Henderson. Item 1, memo from the Deputy Director of Community Services regarding Cobourg Community Centre summer camps. The action recommended that council receive the report from the Deputy Director of Community Services for information purposes, and further that council authorize municipal staff to cancel all planned summer camps at the Cobourg Community Centre, originally planned for June 29th, 2020 to September 4th, 2020, due to the current COVID-19 pandemic. Are there any questions or comments from members of council? I just had one quick question through to Director Hustwick. I noted, I think it was around May 19th, that the Ontario Education Minister did announce that the Ontario government was working on plans to open day camps. I haven't heard any other updates on this. I'm just wondering if you've heard any updates from the Ontario government on when or whether that might be permitted this summer.
Madam Chair, we have not heard any recent updates or provided any inside information. I know everyone involved in summer camps are actively working on procedures. There's a lot of associations that are also collaborating, and at this point we don't know when they may be allowed or if they'll be allowed. We also don't know whether recreational facilities would be allowed, considering ours takes place in a recreational facility. And of course, there's also staffing requirements that we would need to bring on board fairly soon to train. And then there's those procedures. We've heard certain possibilities that there could be like a 4-to-1 ratio of students to instructors. That obviously changes the whole dynamic. And we've also been collaborating with the YMCA. They're also doing a lot of scenario planning and are aware that we may be canceling ours. And they're actively looking at various facilities to accommodate pretty much every scenario if they're allowed to open as well.
Thank you for your comments, Director Hustwig. Mayor Henderson.
Yes, Madam Chair. The only thing I can add in our mayor meetings with MPP Piccini, I know the province is looking at this, I guess, seriously. The question, however, is what are the parameters and the safety and health guidelines working through Ontario Public Health? And the issue raised from mayors was if and when this program comes in, the concern is that a lot of these programs are often governed by community services, but also means a great deal of training with students who are hired as summer ambassadors for the programs. So I can tell you there's great concern because no one's heard a definitive result of where this is leading. We also heard that this could take place in the latter part of phase 1 and potentially in the Premier's forward the start of phase 2. The problem is we don't know what those dates are. So at this point, I can only say there's a lot of indecisiveness in terms of what does this really look like for municipalities.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, given the uncertainty around the Ontario government's rules regarding summer camps, I can understand the staff recommendation that we simply cancel them for this season. Are there any other questions or comments before I call the vote? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any? It's carried. Item 2, memo from the Assistant Manager, Waterfront Operations, regarding the unfinished business item, response to delegation from anglers. This is referred from the May 11th, 2020 Committee of the Whole meeting. The action recommended that Council receive the report from the Assistant Manager, Waterfront Operations, for information purposes. Are there any questions or comments from members of Council? Seeing none, I will just mention that the clerk was good enough to forward me some feedback from Roger Magnan, and Roger was the angler who delivered the delegation to Council in September last year. He did highlight a few issues that he felt were still outstanding. One was the option that staff presented, carded gate access to the boat launch. Another was potential discussions around additional signage and the nature of ticketing violations for parking violations around the marina, as well as ongoing staff efforts to get bird droppings under control. So I just want to state for Mr. Magnan's benefit that I will add some of these issues as coordinator of Parks and Recreation to my coordinator meetings and continue to discuss these issues with staff. If there are any projects which need to be brought to Council during the 2021 budget deliberations, we can think about doing that. Any other comments before I call the vote? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any? It's carried.
Your Worship, you're muted.
Apologize. Again, thank you, Councillor Charlie. We're off to Arts, Culture, and Tourism Services with Councillor Barreau.
I think Councillor Burkett has his hand up for it.
Oh, did I miss Councillor Burkett for something? I apologize.
No problem, Your Worship. Before we proceed to Arts and Culture, Your Worship, I'd like to move to take from the table the resolution on bylaw number 025-20 20 regarding the potential introduction of a social distancing bylaw for the corporation of the town of Cobourg during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I would also ask for a recorded vote on this.
And my understanding, Councillor Burkett, if I'm correct in your terminology of motion to take from the table, it's simply just a majority of council. If they so agree, then we can deal with the item and the clerk can correct me. And if somehow it doesn't receive a majority, of course, it is removed from the table. And I'll ask Mr. Larmer for clarity on the issue for all members of council.
Sorry, Your Worship, you want me to explain the process?
Yes, if you could, because I know this is, I don't believe yet, to memory, we've had this before council, at least in the last year or more. And I think it's always good to share the procedure with council.
So first of all, Worship, this motion has to be seconded.
Okay, seconder, did you have a seconder, Councillor Burkett, or am I looking for one?
I didn't have a seconder at that
Okay,
moment.
thank you. Seconder? Anyone? I can't see a hand. For clarity's sake, I know I'm the chair, to put it on the floor, Mr. Larmer, can I second or not as chair?
Yeah, you can second it.
Then I'll second it.
Sorry,
Okay,
Your Worship, we seem to have lost Councillor Darling, I think.
Oh.
Did we lose, sorry, did we lose Councillor Darling?
Yes.
Okay.
So the motion is moved and seconded. So let me make sure Councillor Darling is back. So Your Worship, I can, through you, I'm just waiting for Councillor Darling. So we have to make a decision here. I explain it, we take a brief recess to get Councillor Darling back, or we go forward with the vote.
I would prefer if you could explain it, maybe in that time he could get back. And then that way, if we need to take a little break to ensure he's part of this, if at all possible, that would certainly be my preference since it's been requested as a recorded vote.
Sure. So, Your Worship, members of council, so a motion to take from the table, basically it's similar to the motion to lay on the table, just bring it back to discussion. A motion to take from the table is in order when there's no other motions on the table or the matter has been dealt with previously, and it can be brought up at any time in the meeting. But the motion can interrupt a speaker. It's on the floor. Obviously that was done appropriately. So the motion must be seconded. It isn't debatable, so the motion to lay on the table is not debatable. It can't be amended, requires a majority vote, and a motion cannot be reconsidered. So just to explain a little further, motion laying on the table, if it is defeated, the whole item is gone. But there was no decision on it. There was no vote in favor or no vote against. So it could come back to council at any time, and then it can duly be voted yay or nay by council in that time. Thus, that's why there can't be a consideration vote on it, because it's never been actually a decision made on that subject item. So strictly, this has nothing to do with the item. This is just the motion to take from the table the motion that was placed on the table back in April 27th meeting. And I see Councillor Darling is back.
And
Yes, thank you,
Councillor-
Mr. Larmer. I lost my Zoom there for some reason, lost everybody. If I could just have that repeated, Councillor Burkhart's request, and if you could put up what he was asking to have removed from the agenda.
no,
So if you can, Your Worship, I'll explain. Sometimes technology, I apologize for that. So basically, Councillor Burkhardt has moved a motion to take from the table a previously tabled motion and recommendation that was put on the floor by council on April 27th that was put on the table.
Okay.
So basically, I'll just review this again for everyone, is that a motion to take from the table is to put it back for discussion by council. This vote is only on the motion to take from the table to put it back in discussion. So the motion cannot be, it must be seconded, and there was a seconder, was Mayor Henderson. It isn't debatable, this motion to take from the table. It can't be amended, requires majority vote, and can't be reconsidered. So that's what we're talking about. This motion to lay on the table is either defeated, it won't come back, but the item can bring back forward another meeting because it was never defeated or voted in favor of. If it's voted in favor, council can consider the motion as if it was the same period in time it was back in April 27th. If it does get approved, the motion is carried. What will happen is it'll be back on the agenda, and then council can elect what place in the agenda to deal with it, whether it's right away or postpone it to the end of the meeting. It's up to council's decision. But first, the vote has to happen on to take from the table and put it back to council for consideration.
If I may ask, the motion was for social distancing?
Yes, so Your Worship, if Councilor Burkhardt wants to say, but basically what it is, it's the motion for the resolution on bylaw 02520 regarding the introduction of the physical distancing bylaw for the town of Cobourg during the COVID-19 pandemic. So that was one that was tabled on April 27th.
Okay, good. I'm up to date. Thank you.
And Councilor Burkhardt has asked for a recorded vote. So, Your Worship, would you like me to take the vote?
yes, please, unless there are other further questions from members of council. For clarity only.
Nope.
Thank you,
It can't
Mr.
be debated,
Lama.
but questions of clarity can happen. Okay.
Thank you.
So, Your Worship, procedural bylaw number 009/2019, section 23, where a vote is required to be recorded by law or request by a member immediately prior to or subsequent to taking the vote. Each member that is both present and qualified to vote shall announce his or her vote openly, and any failure to vote by a member who is not disqualified shall be deemed to be a negative vote, and the clerk shall record each vote in alphabetical order. When a member present requests a recorded vote, all members present at the council or committee meeting must vote in an alphabetical order, unless otherwise provided by statute. The names of those who voted for and the names of those who voted against shall be noted in the minutes of the applicable meeting. The mayor shall announce the results. Councillor Nicole Beattie.
For.
Councillor Aaron Burkhardt.
For.
Councillor Adam Bureau. Sorry?
I'm not for it. No.
Councillor Emily Chorley.
Against.
Councillor Brian Darling.
For.
Mayor John Henderson.
For.
Deputy Mayor Suzanne Sagan.
Against.
So it's 4-3, Your Worship. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. My understanding, back to, if I may, Mr. Larmer, council can choose to discuss this now, is my understanding, on protection services, or they can choose, my understanding, after we deal with arts and culture, to discuss it at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Worship. Yep.
At this time, is there anyone adverse to discussing it now, since it's already under protection services, which in our agenda follows prior to arts, culture, and tourism? Councillor Barreau?
Yes, if we could actually just do it after this next one. We have Mrs. Yalini, who is here waiting all night, to if there's any questions, and it has been a long day. So if we could
By all
just,
means, I'm happy to do that. Is there any objection to dealing with arts, culture, and tourism? I see Miss Yalini is with us, and then coming back to under protection services. Seeing no objections, we'll move to arts, culture, tourism under Councillor Barreau.
memo from the manager of marketing and events regarding the marketing and events budget update. Action recommended that council receive the report from the manager of marketing and events for information purposes. Is there any discussion? All right. Oh, Councillor Turley.
Thank you. I was just wondering if Ms. Yalini could just explain the leisure guide. What's the status? Is there a need for a leisure guide this year? And as well, the students that serve as experience ambassadors. Could you just explain whether or not you feel we really need those student ambassadors?
Thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Chorley. With regards, I'll start with the leisure guide. So as you are aware, with the development of the division, the leisure guide was a goal for the marketing and events department as kind of a gift to the local community. So we initiated it last year. It was, I believe, 42 pages long, and within it, it was a comprehensive look at all of the community groups, as well as local recreational and leisure activity programs, services, what have you in the community. We are, of course, taking, like everything else right now, it day by day, week by week. We recognize that a number of the sports clubs and a number of the services that are included in the leisure guide may not be running this year. However, we do just want to be careful because a lot of those groups, you know, as such, we're seeing that the CCC is not going to be running camps this summer. A lot of our local groups are going to be struggling this year financially because they are not going to be able to run their programs. So much of the leisure guide is a look forward to the 2021 season, and it's a promotional tool for those local groups and clubs. So just being careful and cautious with our decision because we don't want those groups to miss out on that opportunity. And we do want to, you know, now more than ever support local. But we do completely understand that we just may not be in a place that any of these groups are ready for us to promote on their behalf either. So we will be taking another look at it as the summer season goes on. Ideally, this is something we'd like to get out in August. So at that time, if it's really not looking like it's something that's going to be beneficial to the groups, then we'll take another look. With regards to the experience ambassadors, traditionally they do begin around May 11th and work until the Labor Day weekend. So now that we've had a little bit more time, so the stance that the town of Cobourg has taken so far is that no summer students will be brought back on. We know definitively that we've already got a group of savings. We had 6 students in the budget for this year. So now that we're June 1st, we have already $7,000 savings from not having those students onboarded at this time. I don't predict that we will by any means have 6 students. However, in a number of other municipalities, they're bringing students on as ambassadors. So not serving their traditional roles as tourism guides, but to help perhaps bylaw enforcement or different groups just share information about perhaps closures in Cobourg or different information there. So if we did bring on students, it would be at a much smaller number.
All right, any other questions or discussion? All right, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Those against? It carries.
Councillor Barry, you have one more.
On the agenda, it's only the one. Oh, sorry. The memo from the manager of marketing events regarding the town of Cobourg virtual community events. Action recommended that council receive the report from the manager of marketing events for information purposes. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the vote. All in favor? Those against? Carried. My apologies.
Ms. Ugolini, thank you for your patience and being with us tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Going back to protection services, back to Councillor Burkett. I copied the information down, is now back on the floor for discussion. Any clarification as to, do we wish to proceed to have that discussion tonight?
So I'll just provide for information. So, Your Worship, the motion for the take the table was carried. So now it's back to, I pulled up the April 27th meeting agenda with the motion and the action recommended, as well as the staff report and the draft bylaw. So it would just be like any other coordinator section of the agenda. Councillor Burkett will proceed for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So it's a memo from the Municipal Clerk, Manager of Legislative Services regarding a physical distancing bylaw for the corporation of the town of Cobourg during COVID-19 pandemic. The action recommended that council receive the report from the Municipal Clerk, Manager of Legislative Services for information purposes, and further that council approve and provide direction to staff to implement the proposed bylaw to promote and regulate physical distancing within the town of Cobourg in order to help prevent the spread of COVID-19, to reinforce the importance of social or physical distancing as additional measure to protect the health and well-being of all residents within the town of Cobourg.
You're the chair.
Oh, sorry. Questions from members of council. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Councillor Burkett. I appreciate you bringing this back forward. I have to admit, back in April, I wasn't as favorable to it as I am now. And the reason being, as we now live in a COVID world where the province is cautiously proceeding with reopening the economy and public spaces, etc. And as much as I want to see an open beach for restricted purposes and to be enjoyed by everyone, from what I've heard from enforcement and other people who are concerned about crowds, and as we reopen and people becoming maybe not so mindful to physical distancing, as we reopen in our framework, to my understanding, the provincial regulations as amended do not prohibit the activities if we have non-restricted access on the beach, beaching, tanning, picnics, sitting on a towel, playing, etc. And we have other open spaces. It's just not the beach, the West Beach, parking lots, Victoria Park, Donegan Park, and so many other public spaces. I guess what I'm getting to is these regulations obviously have to abide by physical distancing, and without or this municipal social distancing bylaw would possibly be a tool that our local enforcement could use if people refuse to practice social distancing. So on that sense, again, in April, I probably wouldn't have been as favorable to that, but now as I'm digesting and understanding what tools we need to have to equip our staff and to keep communities safe and to enforce some regulations in a reopening framework. I'm more favorable to this physical distancing bylaw now than I was a month ago.
Thank you, Your Worship, and then Councillor Darling, and then Councillor Chorley, and Councillor Burrow.
Thank you, Councillor Burkett. And I too am of the mindset of Councillor Beattie. Mine's slightly different. Mine doesn't so much relate to the beach as much, but I know I was at different independent businesses, saw firsthand that many, I want to comment down DBIA, are doing a fantastic job meeting the public health guidelines with social distancing. But I did report to the health unit, in fact, a few businesses who were not following any proper guidelines I could, in fact, witness or see. I went in there myself, and all I can say, it was horrendous. When I contacted Mr. Larmer in terms of bylaw or Cobourg Police Services, what could be done, the answer was rather a polite one. Well, we could go in and ask them nicely. And I said, well, why don't you have a mechanism at hand that you could use? And the message I received back quite bluntly and fairly was, well, you didn't have this in order, so we don't have any enforcement abilities within our kit. In other words, we can't really do anything, and I can't even follow up on health board can, but we can't within our municipality. And yet sometimes there were blatant disregard for the public health regulations. And for that reason, I, over time, have changed my mind, because I see so many wonderful examples, and I want to stress this, in our community, but it's not a patchwork. We all have to be doing it. So for that reason, I feel it's only fair that we give this kind of authority to our bylaw and to our Cobourg Police Services. And I do really trust that they'll use the judgments fairly and honorably, as they have been doing. If I listen carefully to Chief Vandergraaf, I believe he indicated they've only had 3 charges on individuals around the beach or the park area, and only 1 in the downtown core since this has started. I consider that honorable and fair. And I guess my message is, I trust they'll continue with the education. But the good news, if proponents do not follow that education, then I believe now we'll give them the tools that can actually enforce the physical or social distancing bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Darling.
Thank you. Just a clarification, if I could, from Mr. Larmer. When I read Mr. Larmer's report, I interpreted that the last revision by the province, I don't have it printed out in front of me, Regulation 10420, if my memory serves me correctly, stated that they did make reference in that legislation to physical distancing, and that now it is a provincial offense which we can charge for, which our bylaw can charge for. Is that correct?
So through you, Mr. Chair, to the members of council. So there's a few things have changed since April 27th. And Councillor Darling's on the right track, and he's got the regulation right. It's better than I am. It is 10420. So there's been a few amendments to the regulations, and if you just bear with me, I've done some additional just updated information because there has been a change, and I've been keeping an eye on the changes since April 27th, as this could have been brought forward at any time. So basically, there's been secondary source information for the government as they start to reopen their framework for the province, and some of them have to do with municipal property and municipally owned areas that they've recently has closed prior to May 19th. As the start of this emergency, they've constantly have used the terminology from the health unit, which is maintain physical distance 6 feet 2 meters. I think that's all in our heads now as a process for that. The first time ever they have introduced in their new amendments to 10420 and 8220 actually including special provisions in those regulations related to physical distancing of 2 meters. But consistently, the province has left out in their kind of provincial legislation any reference to municipal parks as a whole or municipal beaches. Those have been consistently let out. What they have done is they've provided direct regulations related to specific indoor, outdoor sports facilities under the place of non-essential business closures under 8220, as well as when they amended the outdoor closure of recreational amenities, they've added sports outdoor recreational amenities to that. And what happens is that on May 19th, they included in the regulation mandatory physical distance of at least 2 meters. This is exempting members of the same household in a required outdoor sports amenities, off-leash dog parks, and picnic sites, benches, and shelters in parks. So there's provincial legislation for those 2 meters, 6 feet, 2 meters, physical exemption, and outdoor sports amenities as defined in the actual regulation, which includes multi-use sports fields. So this might capture some areas in publicly owned public spaces like parks and the beach, but it doesn't cover the whole of jurisdiction, nor does it cover any other public, sidewalks, those areas, or any other thing, or in stores or jurisdiction wide. They're very specific in the regulations for that. If I can, I've looked up a few different municipalities related to physical distancing bylaws, and a lot of them have their own interpretation on it. So City of Toronto, that they've passed it. And what they've done is they've included 6 feet, 2 meter distance from people's in public parks and squares in these public open spaces. So they've left out some of the businesses, the public businesses, those things in those areas they've included, which council has the full jurisdiction to do through bylaws, regulate any spaces they feel they need to, other than what's already provincially regulated, because provincial legislation will always trump any municipal bylaws over anything. Other cities in Ottawa and Hamilton, City of Hamilton, they did apply to all public property. So similar to our bylaw, all public property as well as publicly open spaces, the definition. So for example, a grocery store, as discussed previously and mentioned in our report, that they exempt employees of the businesses, but customers are still have to maintain a 6 feet apart and 2 meters. And then you have other areas that are still complementing this process, just like we are. So City of Sudbury has brought one forward and delayed that. Other Muskoka municipalities on their beaches in those areas, but they've put in something that will be brought forward if it does get out of hand or seen those processes that need to come forward and for that. So hopefully that provides like brief clarification, but there is specific legislation that is referenced that has physical distance. So for example, if a couple of kids or non-family, but group of people get together and they start kicking a ball on a sports facility like a soccer pitch, and they're not maintaining the physical distance, then they could be charged on the EMPCA. I should say all adults. Young persons are different, whole different ballgame when it comes to legislation, but they would be covered under the provincial legislation. If there's people walking the beach or walking our sidewalk that aren't maintaining the physical distance, we couldn't charge them. We could only suggest it to them. So that's the difference in that process. I hopefully explained it okay.
Thank you, Mr. Larmer. That's a good clarification. I was under the impression that the Ontario regulation covered everything. Thank you.
Councillor Chorley.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Burkett. For me, this is a question of proportionality. The question I'm asking myself is this a reasonable and proportionate use of coercive power? Because this is a coercive measure. The idea that we could be giving out tickets of $300 and $600 for a lack of social distancing. I ask really, is this proportionate to the situation that we are facing? There might be the odd case of people who are not respecting social distancing recommendations, but from what I understand from the town's own communications that have been going out on social media, there have been thank yous to the public for maintaining social distancing. 3 charges along the waterfront and one charge in the downtown area from the Cobourg Police doesn't tell me that we have a serious problem on our hands. Hearing from the health unit earlier this evening, we have 185,000 individuals in our health unit. We only have 17 cases here in this area, and most of them are resolved. So is it proportionate for us to restrict people's civil liberties in this way, given the situation that we're facing? I don't feel that it is a proportionate use of coercive power. I think, having looked at other municipalities that have implemented similar bylaws, there have been all kinds of questions and potential problems, concerns and allegations of racial profiling in the implementation of these kind of rules. And that's something I don't want to see us get into here, even the possibility of that in our community. There have also been challenges and questions raised in terms of civil liberties. I know the Canadian Civil Liberties Association has been very outspoken on this and said that they literally said, we will be calling for an amnesty on all these tickets and that all the fines be forgiven afterwards because of the unconstitutional mess that many municipal governments have put us into. And that's a direct quotation from Executive Director Michael Bryant. And I would just note that Michael Bryant is a former Attorney General of Ontario. We heard from Tamara earlier this evening, raising similar concerns about civil liberties in her delegation. So I think we need to be very cautious about moving forward with these kind of restrictions and these kind of penalties. And finally, I just want to direct a quick question to Mr. Larmer. For those with disabilities, how would this bylaw be enforceable between carers and residents in retirement homes, detention facilities, or those with physical or mental disabilities who require a PSW? The way this bylaw is written, technically they would need to maintain social distancing or else they could be ticketed. And how is it enforceable in any customer service setting, such as a grocery store or pharmacies?
Mr. Larmer, would you be able to answer that?
Yeah, through you, Chair, just to provide some information on, I think, what Councillor Chorley might be referencing as a support worker, someone that needs an assistance of somebody. Those are actually part of the Accessibility for Ontario's with Disabilities Act. So any individual that needs a caregiver or someone to use a walker or go out or those things, is just like getting on a public bus. We would be exempt from getting charged for that as a support worker. So I just want to make it very, very clear that our Cobourg Police Services, I can't speak for them, but our bylaw enforcement services, we have a number of bylaws that are regulating bylaws that we are consistently giving education on and consistently providing information to. And you can see this from my report from the previous meeting with bylaw enforcement stats. All of those were warnings and education purposes. The minute that individuals start to become an issue, which can happen on occasion, but most people are pretty acceptable to enforcement services, that we usually get compliance. It's usually that odd one out that will fight and will provide an issue or create something of a concern to bylaw enforcement, and those would be under their discretion and authority to issue the fine if needed. That being said, I just want to make it clear that we have these in force and effect, but we make sure that we judge every situation on its own merit and whether or not A, they are committing the offense that it is, B, that we provide compliance and education and they are well aware that they might be in infraction and whether they will correct that action or not, and C, every opportunity to rectify that. If not, the last resort will be getting issued a ticket. And Councillor Chorley is correct. The public has been very good at listening and providing that correction in their actions within Cobourg. But we do consistently, as you can see from the reports, sometimes have to use that restriction. At the start of this pandemic, a lot of the areas, the grocery stores, which I think are those areas were kind of learning curves on physical distancing, and I have to admit that they weren't that great at it at the start, and we had a number of complaints coming in about not physical distancing stores not adhering to that. But we provide correction to that, and we've talked to them. I would say 3 or 4 times a month we receive complaints still the public that physical distancing is not being respected at different places within the community that are publicly accessible. So we do track that as well. So we would never enforce anything on anyone without providing that compliance education first, and it's a last resort, but an extra toolbox in our gamut in order to use to make sure everyone's safe, healthy, and complying to those restrictions that are in place. That we have. I just want to make a side note that we have a lot of these physical distancing signs. We use it in our communications. We're constantly using it, but as we're well aware, if there's no mechanism for enforcement, then they're just words. And when the province of Ontario is including some of these physical distance sections in certain provisions and facilities and sports recreations, then obviously they have reason to believe that these are effective. So that's why kind of these would be another tool in order to assist our enforcement officers, a tool that the council of the day can remove whenever they wish.
Thank you, Mr. Larmer. I hope that answered your questions, Councillor Chorley. I believe Councillor Bureau had something, and then we'll go back to you, Councillor Darling.
I agree with Councillor Chorley, and she said everything probably way more eloquently than I will, especially at this time of night. A lot of those infractions that were in the report were from the beach and the park area. Now that we've closed the beach, we still have the provincial, if I heard you correctly, the provincial thing, if the provincial act would allow to give fines for in the parks and stuff like that, right, on municipal property. The provincial act does, correct, Mr. Larmer?
You mean regarding physical distancing?
Right.
Yeah, so like I used the example, any of the ones that are actually in the act, we can charge that for.
So there was 193 infractions in total for or warnings for the month of May, and all that had to do with the beach and the parks. So to me, we've taken care of the problem of the beach. We also have the provincial act that if there's people that are crowding the beach, we can give them a much more substantial fine if it was the last resort. As far as out in the community, in private residences and businesses, there is still the provincial act because the police did lay charges, 3 of them. And I do think that our citizens are doing quite well on social distancing. And I'm not saying that we need this now, because I don't think we do. But I'm willing to defer this and then bring it up in the next, not next round of council sessions, the round after, to see if we actually need this or not. I just think that at this time we don't need it. I don't know how we would enforce it. The other question I would have is, how would you know that a group of 5 or 6 people isn't living in the same house? Even though their ID may have different addresses, they could, it's very easy to say, well, we're all, since COVID, we're all out of work, we're all living together, and because we didn't want to be alone. To me, that's more of a police state going up and asking for everybody's ID as the way it's written. So I think the provincial rules, to me, are enough, but I'm willing to defer this to maybe to the first council meeting in July. So that's my opinion.
Are you putting a motion on the floor? Or Mr. Larmer, do you have a comment first?
I just want to, if you can, Chair, just provide some clarification related to the comments from Councillor Bureau. Just regards to what I referenced with the fines on the beach, all I was reporting in that, it was the infractions that are on the beach that I was asked to do. All I was doing is referencing in my prior statements that we do constantly give warnings and then we charge. It was an example of a fine. For example, dogs on the beach, right? We give lots of warnings. Then we issued the ticket. We got over 100 warnings for dogs on the beach. So a similar situation, physical distancing. We'd work, education, compliance. Then if necessary, we would issue that fine. So it's another, I just provide an example of a separate bylaw or another bylaw that we could charge under. The additional comment, I want to make sure it's very clear that this bylaw does not go into a private dwelling, nor would it ever. This has nothing to do with private residence, and nor is there any provincial regulations that require or the police can charge for or us to enter a dwelling for 6 meters to 2 feet apart. There is no such law, and this bylaw does not cross into the private household, as well as members of the same household exempt, so there's no reason to do that. I also want to make mention that the charges laid by the police had nothing to do with physical distancing charges. They had separate charges related to the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act outside of physical distancing. So there was no, or has been no charges related to physical distancing at all. Those are separate instances on the EMPCA. I just wanted to provide those clarifications. And in addition to the enforcement of such bylaw, you're right, the officers would not know who's from the house and we would never card. The only time that we ask for identification is when an infraction is being committed or the likelihood of, or that the investigation will lead to a citation. That was the only time we will ask for identification for that. Usually these past weekends that we have talked, so just this last week when we had a group of 15 people come down and be on the beach, our officers will talk to them, and I would say almost 98% of the time, the group will admit to us that they're not part of it when the conversations happen. So a lot of times we can get it through the investigation and the training that we provide our officers. I can't speak for the police, but they have a good ability to make that necessary, as well as they have the tools and education in order to know how to enforce any bylaws or provincial legislation that is enriched by the province or by the town. And we would handle that.
Thank you, Mr. Larmer.
Okay, so I will put a motion to defer then.
Before that, is it okay if we just take a comment from Councillor Darling?
Sure.
Thank you. I just needed some clarification from Mr. Larmer, and again with the provincial regulation. If we have somebody come to town or locals even, and they go to the West Beach and they're not social distancing, can they be charged under the provincial regulation at this time? The West Beach or Victoria Park or Donegan Park?
Through you,
Through
Chair.
social distancing.
You, Chair.
Social distancing on that. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Larmer.
You, Chair, to the member of council, no, they wouldn't be able to be charged in the physical if they're on West Beach and they weren't from the same household, they were together. They couldn't be charged under the provincial legislation because there is none. The provincial legislation is very specific to recreational amenities and outdoor sports amenities under the Act. So
that's
no,
what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to be charged for that. No.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification. Is that all? Is it a question before Councillor Chorley? Before?
It's really just a follow-up on the comment just made by Mr. Larmer. And my question was to clarify, but individuals can still be charged for the 5-person rule, assembling 5 people or more, and that applies to private dwellings as well. That's correct. And also, I just wanted to mention, there is the, also from the health unit, I'm just going to pull this up. On April 14th, our district health unit issued a class order under Section 22 of the Health Protection and Promotion Act. And that requires people to self-isolate if they've actually been diagnosed with COVID-19, if they're awaiting their test results, or they've been in close contact with those individuals. And that's targeted, mandatory measure to curb the spread of the virus. That's the kind of measure I can support that is going to have a real tangible impact on curbing the spread of the virus. Social distancing is a good recommendation. For the most part, people are following it, but I don't think we need to enforce that and impose fines on the public right now, especially when people are facing financial hardship.
Okay. Councillor Darling, one more thing, and then
Yeah,
we'll
just,
go.
I'm in agreement with Councillor Bureau in the motion to defer this until, like, we look at the report back from staff regarding the beach. If we decide to open it and, you know, whether we square it off or whether we allow X number of people and we ask them to social distance, then I think we'll need to have something in place. But again, I sort of agree with Councillor Chorley in that it's not a real big issue in town now. And we have stepped on or, you know, set aside a lot of civil liberties. So if we could look at addressing this when the report comes back to council in a few weeks' time. So I would be in support of a motion by Councillor Bureau, if he wishes so, to defer this until we make a decision on the beach and whether we really do need to social distance people or physically distance them on the beach. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Darling. I think that's the best solution tonight, because we've thrown a lot at this community tonight with the closing of the beach, and we all read an awful lot of emails the last week or so. And I really do trust the people that live in this town. I trust that they will, I mean, I support our bylaw officers, and I know Mr. Larmer has worked hard on this, but I think that's the best solution. Let's Sorry, I've been gabbing on and nobody heard me. I think that's the best solution, Councillor Darling. We basically have thrown a lot at this community in tonight we've closed the beach and we're putting up fencing. And I think most of the people that live here, honest, law-abiding citizens, and if we had seen you know, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of potential physical distancing infractions. I've seen kids on the skateboard park, you know, there's 5 or 6 of them, there's 5 or 10 of them. I've seen roofers trying to put a roof together. I've seen all kinds of instances. We've got to be fair to the people that live here. We've got to give them an opportunity to do what they need to do best, and that's to keep our town safe. So I think, Councillor Bureau, if you wanted to put your motion to defer till the 22nd meeting where we have a good report from council or from staff, then we can make an evidence-based decision on this issue. I don't think tonight's the night to do it.
All right. Is that okay, Councillor?
So, Councillor Bureau, if you would like to put a motion forward to defer.
Motion to defer the social distancing bylaw to June 22nd Committee of the Whole.
All councillors clear on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed, if any? It's carried.
I thank you, Councillor Burkett, for that wonderful discussion from all members of council. Mr. Larmer, I believe we're back to you.
Yes, sorry. Getting my act together here. Oops, sorry, I apologize.
It's all right. You did a great job.
Okay, Your Worship, next we have unfinished business, and all the items are listed on the agenda. If there's any questions from members of council?
Are there any questions to Mr. Larmer? Seeing none, then Mr. Larmer, we're to open forum. Can you comment accordingly?
Yes, Your Worship, we have received one open forum submission, and it's actually from Miriam Mouton in regards to the Golden Plough Lodge. I believe all council have seen this, but Miriam would like it read at the open forum meeting, so I will provide that to you. Hello, Mayor and members of council. I've been following the process of the new building of the Golden Plough Lodge and submitted comments to the county further to a presentation by the design team to County Council on February 20th, 2019. In addition, I am thankful of the proactive measures the county continues to undertake to keep seniors living at GPL safe during these times of COVID-19. The design of the new Golden Plough Lodge hopefully will be also assessed with a view how to ensure quality of life for residents during times of outbreak and lockdown, which could go on for months during a pandemic. For example, even in non-pandemic times, in-house facilities and staff to enable internet-supported FaceTime with families should be considered as essential. The attachment is my submission to the county from last year for your information. I've also sent most recent email samples below. From my perspective, an item still needing an answer relates to sun shade diagrams for the courtyards. How much sun will touch the ground? Keep in mind the surrounding building is not 1 story in height, but typically 3. In addition, it is the view out of the resident rooms. Example, ample screening of parking lots, utility spaces of adjacent properties. That is more important than the view in from the parking lots. Why do these things matter? Because even in non-pandemic times, I've been told that staff are not permitted to take residents to areas outside the buildings. As a result, residents who are not able to go outside on their own or have family to take them outside, many get stuck inside a lot of the time. For example, most activities are held indoors. And this big one regarding healthcare, internal dentistry service that allows local practitioners, including dental hygiene. Other examples of correspondence for me, an email to the county CAO on January 6, 2020, and further to ask any update on plans for the new GPL in part. I'm especially interested in several aspects like the nature of operable windows in resident rooms, the main street details, connectivity of the site to active transportation networks, and sun/shade diagrams for outdoor recreation areas. My dad's doctor suggests that 20 minutes of sunshine a day is good for skin health. On June 27, 2019, I wrote to the newly appointed director of Northumberland Community House Corporation in part. Please keep in mind the potential for retrofit of the existing GPL for repurposing as affordable co-housing with the new Golden Plough Lodge care home is built. Presently, the county proposal is to tear the existing building down and landscape the site for parkland. I attach my submission on comments for the view of GPL building. Refer to item 6 for the general comment to request investigation of options for the existing building. In closing, the new Golden Plough Lodge is a great idea and a great project. Considerations for the nature of the world we are living in today will make an even better project. Miriam.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Larmer, for that. Is there any other open forum from any members of the media to you at this point in time?
No, Your Worship, that's it. That's all I've received prior to the start of the meeting, which is a little bit delayed. So they had a little bit more time, but I didn't receive anything after that.
Okay, thank you. I believe that brings us to the wonderful word of adjournment. I see lots of hands. Deputy Mayor Seguin, all in favor? Approved. And again, I'd like to thank Mr. Larmer for the work he did in preparation for tonight's, in particular, special meeting. And the dialogue that did take place, it was well done by all members of council. And again, a credit to our community. It was a long day for all of us, a very good day. And tomorrow we'll continue to move forward. So thank you, everyone. I don't think you have much time left of your evening, but do enjoy perhaps what's left. And to senior staff, Mr. Davey, thank you for the work of the directors to be with us in this journey. I appreciate it. Mr. Larmer, great kudos, because I know how many submissions you made each time additions were being made to the agenda.